This is a very good reason why I ask people to put a comment on the line. Verena, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I forgot. I turned off my switch. I forget. It's a long story. Anyway, what I was showing you is this is a pin. I'm wearing one. And this is a pin that one of my lucky members is going to be receiving here pretty soon. I'm going to be giving it to them in person. The sound guy is fired. I'm telling you that right now. The sound guy is fired. So what I was saying is happy Thursday. Thank you for being here in the Dennis Herrera Show. My name is Dennis, and I hope that you're having a great day. Now, with that being said, thank you so much, Verena. Salute to you for helping me out with the audio. Audio guy is definitely going to get fired. If I wasn't so close to him, I would have fired him a long time ago. Anyways, I got a little background made yesterday. Last night, actually, this morning, actually. I think it was like almost 1 in the morning when I was working on this. And and I know some of the trolls actually hate you. Actually beat you today, Robert. But good morning, brother. Good to see you on here. So one of the things that I was saying is like we're going to do some recap on some of the stuff that's been going on, lately. And people sometimes trolls come into my channel, and they always say every time I come in here and try to come into your show, you're always talking about immigration. Well, immigration is one of my strongest suits. So there's that. Yeah, AI. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. AI has a lot of little imperfections. I guess if you spend more money on it, it could be a little bit better. I'm very transparent, man. I don't hide anything from anybody. This is why when I run, this is why when we run for governor, these libtards are not going to know what hit them. They're going to be like, oh, man, what can we say about this guy? He's always telling everything about himself, and we just can't go on this guy. Oh, look at his mouth. Oh, my God, he curses so much. He's, blah, 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 blah. Man, I'm going to eat every single libtard for breakfast. I am going to be mopping the floor with these guys. Now, here's the thing, guys. Here's the cool thing about it. I don't know who the libtards are. You know what I'm saying? So if you're a libtard and you go out there and fight me, you know what I'm saying? With words, of course. If you go out there and fight me or go against me, then I will get to know who the libtards are. You guys know there's a little description. You know what I'm saying? There's a description that we can give on how to catch a libtard. But we're not going to go too much into that. We're going to give them a break today. In and out. Good to see you on here. And Scott Burren. Good morning, eh? You know what's funny? The reason why I mess with Scott. Scott is a Canadian. He is a guy with common sense, and he supports my channel. Always comes in here and says hello. I appreciate that. What I think is funny about that, Scott, is that I don't think I ever met a Canadian that talks like that. Hey, good morning, Dennis. Hey, I never met a Canadian that actually talks like that. I'm sure there's Canadians that do that, but I never met one that talks like that. So that's why I always do it, because it's just a joke, and I'm glad that you are here with me now. I am going to be like, you guys ready for this? I am going to, the libtards are going to go crazy with this one. I am going to be like God. You ready? Now, only God is perfect, but I am going to be like God today. You know what that means? God doesn't look at sin. He doesn't see it. He don't want to see it. He don't want to pay attention to it. He don't care. He doesn't listen to you because you are sin. But the moment that you come into the truth and you accept his son, Jesus Christ, as your Lord and Savior, then he can see you. So today I will be like God, and I will ignore as much as I can every single troll that comes in here and just hates this channel. Oh, they not really just hate this channel. They just hate the truth. But you know what? The truth shall set you free. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, what do you think about the background? You guys like it? You guys like it? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, easy, JD. Easy. No spamming. No spamming. I don't allow that. You go 30 minutes. 30 minutes. You're breaking one of my rules. I don't like that shit. Hey, Robert. I don't know. I don't think you do. But any of the mods that come in here as time goes by, any of the mods that come in here, if you see people making a message, putting the Israel flag and the American flag together and giving props to the channel, do not block them, please. Woulda Woulda loves it. I appreciate that, Woulda. Huda, 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 Huda. Ah, man. I don't know, man. You know what's crazy? Here's the thing. So I described the background that I want, right? Thank you for the stars. I described the background that I want. I added, some of the signing on it. But I describe it. I want some assault rifles in there. I want some handguns. It's funny because AI it butchers the things that you're asking for. But nonetheless, it's just, you obviously you can tell it's fake, right? You can see some of the imperfections in some of the guns. At least I can. So that will allow it for, to be on YouTube. Now, what's crazy is this. I didn't know this, but I match with the background. The little things, the little things, the little things, the little things. Welcome, NCS. I know, man. You've been doing good lately. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. So listen. So this is what this is what I was saying when I was muted, thanks to the bad job from the audio guy. Now, before we get into today, I always like to tell people this, and I ended up yesterday with saying that we are building something very special in this channel. I'm telling you that right now. And it's not for clicks. It's not for, approvals. It's not for none of that. It's from the bottom of my heart. I really believe that we are building something special in this channel. And if you want to be part of it, fantastic. If you don't, that's okay. That's okay. You are free. You are free to leave. You're free to go. You're free to do whatever you want, as long as you're not disrespecting my chat, my president, or myself. If you know how to talk to me, man, you're going to have a great time. You know what I'm saying? But, there's some people that they really, truly believe that if you disagree with me on something, I'm just going to block you. I don't do that. But, when people are just insulting for no reason, that's when they get blocked. Sometimes, people will come in and they will just say, oh, look at that silly hat. What a gay guy, And sometimes I'm in the mood and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty gay. And I like that, But other times it's just like, come on, it's annoying. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's see. Immortal. Immortal, I'm going to give you a chance. I haven't seen Immortal in here yet. Let's see. He still thinks white supremacists don't call him a savage behind his back. I am savage. Acknowledge me. I am savage. I tell you that right now. I am savage. Ah, man, that's fantastic. So you know what's really funny? I bet you anything. If I see you in person, no, I'm not going to kick your ass. I'm not going to do none of that. But if I see you in person, I would like to know how you dress. Since you like to make fun of the way that I dress, it's okay. You like to make fun of my beautiful, exotic, fantastic cowboy hat. All right. My rancher's hat is really what it is. It's a rancher's hat. Yeah, I would like to see how you dress. I am sure that you're not just covering your genitals. You know what I'm saying? I am sure you're wearing some sort of European clothing. Maybe you're wearing some saggy pants, imitating ghetto jail, prison life. I am sure that you are wearing something from colonizing cultures. If you are a Muslim, I know exactly what you're wearing. They still won't accept you. That being said, I think it's fantastic that we do have some Western civilization. Our culture is just fantastic. I love it. I love it. Don't worry, guys. I will ignore the trolls as much as I can. Hope to West in the house. Dennis knows he looks like a boss. Thank you, Hoopty. It's good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Good morning, Robert, says Scott. Who else is in here? Jason. Good morning to you, sir. I see you. I'm trying to, make sure that I say hello to my peeps. To my peeps. Lisa. When did Lisa get through here? Sorry, Lisa. I didn't even see your name here. I've been talking so much shit. I didn't see you. Let's see. What else do we have in here? Anybody else that I have ignored? Verena, actually, I appreciate Verena because, she let me know that there's no sound, even though she was probably laughing at my pain. It's okay. Sometimes it's okay to laugh at my pain. There's no worries. There's no worries. Mike says, don't make fun of Dennis' hat. His grinder boyfriend spent good money on it. You bet your sweet ass. My boyfriend's back and he's gonna save my reputation. Hey now, my boyfriend's back. And don't you forget it. 2 thumbs up and a snap. You guys remember that in Living Color? In Living Color. Oh, yeah. Mr. Small Hands is here. I bet you this small hand can knock your ass out with a slap. Oh, boy. I love it, man. I love it. Scott Barron, of course, is delivering some compliments. You dress like a pro, as usual, looking good, bro. I appreciate all the bros and sis out there. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very, very much. All right, with that being said, I want to say salute to you, my friends. Coffee is life. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Thursday. Happy Thursday. Let me refill so it's a little bit hotter. A little bit hotter. I know I should have the cover on it, but I don't trust the cover on these mugs. You know what I'm saying? I don't trust the cover on this mug, so I take it off, and the coffee cools faster, but what you gonna do? Maybe one day I'll spend some good money on a real nice coffee mug that I can trust the lid not to spill coffee on me. Yeah. Michelle says, get him, Dennis. That's right. You know how we do in this place. You know how we do in this place. Man. Whew, that's hot. I like it. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and do a little summary here. A lot of people like to come into the Dennis Herrera show and, they want to talk shit about my immigration points. They don't like it. They don't like it when I tell them the truth. Here's the truth. ICE shootings wouldn't be happening if people respected our immigration laws. Criminals would not be running freely through our cities and states if people respected our immigration law. Law in general, really. We wouldn't have to deal with the horrible economy that a lot of people on the left says we have if people respected our immigration laws. Oh, man. Some people hate the Dennis Herrera show because I don't hold back. You know what I'm saying? I don't hold back. Everything I tell you is truth. I tell you some story time. Even that, my friends, is truth. To the best of my knowledge. Why do I say to the best of my knowledge? Well, hey, let's agree together that we are human, and our memory might play some tricks on us sometimes. But I can tell you, the pain and excitement that I have lived through in my life are very recorded in the back of my brain for situations when story time comes up. You know what I'm saying? No, I really do. I really do appreciate. I really do appreciate you guys' support. I really do. I really do. Here's the thing. A lot of people go out there and they say, oh, my God, ICE, another shooting. I agree. ICE shouldn't be shooting people. I get it. But you know what? I also agree that illegal immigrants shouldn't be in this country. You know what I'm saying? Illegal immigrants should not be in this country, period. Now, let me bring this in a little bit. One of the things that I think is very ironic, it's people try to defend illegal immigrants as if they are citizens. Let me tell you what I mean. Let me show you what I mean and see if this makes sense. They say that they don't want to allow the police. Listen to this. They don't want to allow the police to collaborate with ICE, with the federal government, because they are afraid of being deported. What's the problem? Is it really the fact that they're going to be deported? Or is it the fact that they are here illegally? You see what I'm saying? It creates two problems. First of all, it wastes American dollars that we, the ICE agents, that we have to have the ICE agents go above and beyond where they should go. A lot of money being wasted, all because of illegal immigrants. Number two, crime. Crime goes unreported because of illegal immigrants. They are afraid to call the police because they're afraid of being deported. Who's to blame? Us? Because we're enforcing immigration law that is meant to support our economy, that is meant to keep our country safe, our borders secure. No, it's not our fault. We have rules and regulations to follow in this country. I actually made some notes this morning when I woke up, and I want to read some of these notes to you guys. Just a couple. It's not much. It's not much. I'm going to read a couple of notes, a couple of lines that I wrote this morning. Some things I forget, so I sometimes I do like to write them down, and I will tell you this. But the problem is illegal immigration. Let me tell you all of the negative. Why? This is probably not everything, but for the most part, why illegal immigration is bad, and you should never support it. I don't care whose face comes like this. Oh, my God, I need help. Get your ass a job in your country. Do something for your country. If you have permission to come here, fantastic. But if you don't, shit, you got to fight where you at. Anyway. Man, I got so many things in my brain. I wish I can just zap you with it. And you're going to be like, oh, shit. Latinos for Trump. If you can be inside my brain, you'll be like, oh, shit, I should have voted for Trump. I guarantee you. I guarantee it. Let me tell you what happens. When you have illegal immigration, when people don't respect our law, there's a lot of things that happen. And one of them actually kind of pissed me off just recently because this bitch, entitled bitch, illegal immigrant bitch, decides to go ahead and curse this country and threaten ICE agents. with death. Fuck that bitch. Let me just tell you that right now. Anywho, here's the problem. We have an economy. We have our census. We know how the population is going to grow. We know exactly how many migrants come into our country. We have control of that. Illegal immigration, this is what happens. Listen, we have our own violence. We have our own criminals. We have our own problems in this country, and they should be addressed. Unfortunately, people keep voting in the wrong leadership. With that being said, here we go. Illegal immigration affects the economy in a negative way. In a negative way. It makes shortage of supplies, especially housing. It wastes a lot of taxpayer dollars because they come in here illegally. They commit fraud. And then we have to waste money, taxpayer dollars, to investigate, to prosecute, and to deport. They come and take jobs. Jobs that it's okay. I understand. You want to do your business. Fantastic. But otherwise, people that already have businesses that are legal in this country, they're losing work. Causing to lay off employees. Causing American companies, permanent residents, people that have permission to work here, causing them to lose their business. I know some. When illegal immigrants come into this country, they are not vetted. We don't know if they're criminals. We don't know if they're running from the law. We don't know what diseases they have. If they have no vaccination records. We don't know of anything. That's just the way it is. We don't know anything about anybody that comes into this country illegally. See, if they don't respect our immigration laws, I can almost guarantee you they won't give a shit about any law in this country. Now, here's the beauty about supporting legal immigration. We admit over 1 million people every year into this country. Over 1 million. Our population is going to continue to grow with migrants, but it has to be the legal migrants. Legal migration, they are vetted. There's a criminal background check if you become a resident. If you get a visa to come over here, you got to meet some requirements. Vaccinations. You got to have enough money. Financial situation has to be disclosed, etc. And then you get a visa to come and tourist into this country. If you apply for a green card, same thing, fingerprints, you got to have all of this stuff. You got to be vetted. And then you come here, and if you love it, then you become part of a great country. I was watching The Borders. There's a documentaries that I love to watch. And, every day, people come through the border, the entry point where there's checks, and people come in. Oh, what were you in Mexico? Oh, I was just there for vacation. What you do? Okay, you know what? Pull over there, blah, blah, blah. We'll talk about it. Listen, every single day, our border patrols, at the point of entry, people are smuggling humans. They're smuggling in drugs. They bring all these things that they think is innocent stuff, but harms our farms. Immigration is a big deal. You got to regulate it. Otherwise, you're going to lose the good things that you have in this country. Immigration agents also lose their lives. Illegal immigrants and criminals, they don't give a shit about that. Just want to point that out. I want to point that out. Every single day, hundreds of kilos of cocaine, marijuana are being stopped at the border. And that's just what they catch. There was a semi that they had a feeling that the guy might be bringing some contraband. They did some digging, and they said the intel told them to check this 18-wheeler, big truck. And it's interesting that, they dig on the side of the, you know how they got the big box, right? The freight on top of that is the back of the 18-wheeler. I don't know what you guys call that. But there is some beams that support, the whole freight. What's the word? Oh my gosh. What's the word? Container. And they drill into this base and white powder comes out, of course, cocaine. And they bring out all these bricks out of the whole beam. They bring out all these bricks of cocaine. And the guy swears he doesn't know anything about it. $400 kilos. Yeah, thank you, Robert, on that trailer. 400 kilos of cocaine. This is at a checkpoint, at an entry point, at the border. Border security is very important. And just because these people came through this country illegally and went deep into our nation, it doesn't mean that they get to stay here. They gotta go. You know this. All of you Latino people that come through here, you know this. You can't play stupid. You know the law. You know that you're going to get deported if you are here illegally. Why are you fucking playing stupid? Well, I know why. It's a rhetorical question. I see the Coast Guards. Tons and tons of cocaine, marijuana, fentanyl. It is crazy how criminal minds make money. Human smugglers coming through our border, through the entry point. If it wasn't for our ICE agents, if it wasn't for our immigration federal agents, all of that garbage would be in this country. Imagine all that gets through. Imagine all that gets through that doesn't get caught at the border. Florida Keys, favorite location for cartels to bring drugs through the ocean. They know the ocean is vast. They know where the Coast Guard patrols. And the Coast Guard does a fantastic job. They still stop tons. Listen, they stop tons of cocaine coming in from the cartels. Imagine what gets through. And you wonder why we have a drug problem in this country. It's easy for people to say, oh, well, if the Americans didn't do drugs, then there would be no business and they wouldn't send drugs. Bullshit. They will make you a drug addict. You know why they lace medicine with other drugs like fentanyl? To addict them, to make more money. Do you know that the most natural route, and I know some of my members, some of my family here, on this channel, that you guys smoke weed. I got you. I understand. I hate the smell of weed, but I understand why you do it. Nothing against that. But I can tell you that there's a lot of people out there that first they go for a cigarette. The cigarette gives you a little kick, but then you get used to it. The nicotine doesn't do anything much after that. Then you have to do more cigarettes, and then you smoke weed. And then weed, it just doesn't do it for you. See, you're an addict. So weed Doesn't do it for you. So what do? You go to heroin. Then you go to crack. You see what I'm saying? So it's, there's a lot of students in college that are stupid asses, and I don't blame them in some way. They go and buy these pills that are not supposed to be killer drugs, but they lace them. See, they lace them with fentanyl so that people get addicted. And once they get addicted, then they start buying their hardcore drug. You know what I'm saying? We're not stupid. Come on. That's just one part of it. That is one part of it. And when people come in here, hold on, let me get some more coffee. And when people come into my chat to hate on me because of where I stand with immigration laws and all this other stuff, shut the hell up. Fuck you and your corruption, you bitches. You know what pisses me off? Americans are bringing those drugs from Mexico. Americans are human smuggling. Americans! So I don't give a shit what anybody says. You either abide by the law or you go to jail. That simple. That is just one thing that I can tell you about the problems with illegal immigration. We have enough criminals coming through the border illegally. And now they use humans. Thousands and hundreds of thousands, millions during the Biden administration. They put them in caravans and they pay them to come through and make that rush. And then the criminals infiltrate amongst them. They're like Trojan horses. They mix in with the people looking for a better life. And that's why you cannot allow illegal immigrants to come into this country. You don't know what they've done. They might have just stolen somebody's children. They might have just killed somebody and they wanted to come across the border with their kids because they had a family. Think. Man, you're going to need some coffee today, Robert. We'll have a good one today. We have a very good one today. I want to jump from this illegal immigration crisis that we have to New York, because New York, as Mandani continues to promote, and the retarded white people that support him in New York. We don't forget about 9/11. We don't forget that we have been fighting Islamic terrorists for a very long time in our country. Why? Because we know that religion brings a lot of hate and violence. We know what it stands for. Islam is not new. If you don't know what Islam is yet, you're a fucking idiot. You better go do some fucking research. The rest of us who are informed, we don't want to allow that shit to be in this country. Good morning, Marvin. You know what I'm saying? The leftists, for some reason, we know it's power, but for some reason, they want to normalize Islam's being in government. This is the one thing that we almost swore never to allow to happen. How the fuck did we allow Muslims in government? By the fear of being politically correct. Fuck that shit. I will not be politically correct. You got to speak the truth, man. Every country that has believed that Islam is an innocent, peaceful religion has been paying the price. Ask the UK. Ask the Irish people. Ask all of these European countries that have allowed those fucking Muslims to come into their country. Ask what has happened to their civilization, what has happened to their cities, what has happened to their countries. Go on. We said never forget 9/11. Do you know why I don't go to other countries? Some countries I will visit. Do you know why? I've never in my life have said, oh my God, I can't wait to go to Spain. I wish I can go to Spain. I wish I can go to France. I wish that I can go to Italy. I wish. No, fuck that shit. You know why? I don't like their culture. You know why? I don't like their rules. I don't like their pussy government. I don't like it. And I just won't assimilate to them. If I don't like their rules, if I don't like their laws, if I don't like their culture, fuck them. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. There's a reason. There's a reason why I'm telling you what I'm telling you. Let this sink in. Let the truth shine inside your little head. I don't go to other countries. I didn't want to become a Russian citizen, even if they allow me. I wouldn't want to become a Chinese citizen. I wouldn't want to become a Japanese citizen or Korean citizen or a Filipino citizen. I don't want to become none of those fucking citizens. You know why? Because I don't like them. I don't like their culture. I don't like their rules. I don't like their laws. I don't like their government. I don't like it. So I don't go there. And if I go visit, I will respect them. Of course I will. There's a lot of beautiful people everywhere. But I would not want to be a citizen of that country. So why go there and become a citizen of that country if I hate the country? You see where I'm going with this? Do you see where I'm going with this? You have fucking retarded people, which, by the way, I don't think they're retarded. I think they're doing it on purpose. They're retarded as the people that don't see this. They say they hate our laws. They hate our religion. They hate America. Why the fuck do you come here to become a citizen? There's only one reason. Don't be a fucking idiot. There's only one reason. They're jealous of us. They're envious of you. Their shithole countries don't have what we have. And they want to come in here and destroy us. They don't know any better. They don't know how to do anything better. See, people that don't assimilate, they just destroy. If you come to this country, it's because you love it. You like the culture. You like you respect the laws. You look up to the United States of America. You really believe this is the land of the free. And you have to accept. You have to accept everything. If you want to be a citizen, if you want to have a voice in this country, you have to assimilate. Do you love this country? Are you a citizen? Do you abide by the laws? Do you respect the laws and the freedoms that we have in this country? Do you love your country? Do you love your country? If you do, You will be a fucking patriot, not a little pussy. Going out there protesting everything against American citizen values and rights. You wouldn't go out there looking like a fucking little dumbass bitch on the street protesting, protecting illegal criminal aliens. The fucking stupidity of the people. It's fucking retarded, man. You have illegal immigrants in this country. And let me tell you how horrible illegal immigration is. When the country stands up for its citizens, when the people stand up for law and order, and those who don't want to follow it get shot, here comes the other illegal immigrants to the rescue, and those anchor babies that don't fucking understand what it's like to be or what it means to be an American citizen. They go on TV and they go on TikTok and they make their videos. I fucking wish you die. All you ICE agents, fuck you, don't fucking die. Die. Shut up. Get the hell out of our country. That is the whole point. If you're not happy, get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? It's very simple. If you don't like it here, get the hell out. If you're born here, well, fucking learn how to love your country. Learn some history. You know what I find very ironic? All these fucking retards going out there in the southern states with the Confederate flag, destroying all these things that they say they're racist, destroying all of this history. They're destroying themselves. How does that saying go? Those who don't know history are bound to repeat it. Logic. It doesn't make sense to the leftists. For some reason, logic, it doesn't exist. The religion of Islam is a political movement. I want you to understand that. Get that through your fucking little peasy head. Islam is a political movement. Period. Oh, you think they support you? My body, my choice. No, bitch, they support you because they want you to kill your offspring. They don't tell their Muslim women to do that. They forbid them. They beat the shit out of them if they tried. But you, the dumb fucktards, yeah, they support you. Yeah. You think they don't know about Sodom and Gomorrah? Of course they do. And they believe it. They know it. LGBT blah, 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 blah. Fuck these libtards. Retarded ass people. Do what you want. Nobody gives a fuck about what you do behind doors. What the fuck rights are you losing? Nobody gives a shit. Nobody goes over there and says, hey, Dennis, are you gay? Nobody gives a shit. My rights are my rights. Just because I'm insecure about who I am or I don't know who I am, it doesn't mean that I have no rights. Everybody has the same fucking rights. Everybody. Transgenders don't have... Shut the hell up. What right don't you have? Keep your nasty shit behind doors. That's all you got to do. Everything else you have the right to. You know what I'm saying? Telling the truth does not make me holier than thou. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. David says you support convicted sexual abuser. You can't even admit Trump's a convicted sexual abuser, plus you block anyone who disagrees with you. David, you're a fucking moron. First of all, he was not convicted if you're talking about Trump. But let's talk about convicted fucking felons and perverts, rapists. child abusers. Your beautiful fucking Democratic tampon Tim literally pardoned a convicted rapist of a minor. You want to come over here again, son? You want to bring that shit in here again? You get to the wrong fucking channel, my friend. You stumbled upon the wrong fucking channel. I'll tell you that right now. Green Substance, how are you, brother? How are you? I'm sorry. I got to be rough with these people, man. I got to be rough. It's Thursday. I don't like it. I wish it was Friday. Man. Got to tell it like it is. That's right, carnal. This guy. They literally, listen, man, I've been doing this for a little bit too long already, okay? I have been blamed for shit that I haven't even thought of yet. It reminds me of that movie with Tom Cruise, The Minority Report. The pre-crime prevention unit. You get put in jail before you actually make a murder or commit a murder. Unbelievable. You came to the wrong fucking channel for that. I'll tell you that right now. Now listen, I have some videos that we're gonna watch. You know how I do. Sometimes I do some clips, but I like to hear a little bit more into what the subjects are, etc. And I'm going to share with you here the testimony from Nick Shirley, our favorite young patriot American, who the CNN leftist legacy media pinned as a far-right MAGA activist. What the fuck are these people smoking? Seriously. Well, they raised all these false testimonies against him. They put him through the dirt, and they just went downtown on this guy, hating, almost putting his life in danger, blah, blah, blah. And guess what? He was right about everything. Isn't that interesting? Every Republican, every conservative, every person with common sense, every person that believes in good fairness and justice, that abides by the law and believes in the good things, we always right about everything. Always right. You just can't deny it. Why don't we start with, let's start with Marco Rubio, because Marco Rubio delivers, yes, guys, the background is a fake background. You guys are fucking idiots if you guys are still talking about that. This guy's so retarded. Marco Rubio delivered some keynotes today, but I would like to show you this clip first. Now, this is for those libtards that don't understand that Islam has terrorists in that fake-ass religion. Even Arabs call them out. Even the Arabs know there is a reason. There's a reason why they don't support these morons. Let me find the right display here. Listen to this guy. Saudi Arabia. There we go. Let's listen to what they have to say. Closed caption is on. It's okay.
If they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I say to people in Europe, if they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them.
You heard that? They're telling us, as I said, if they want to practice a Muslim religion, I can tell you, it's a political movement. But even these leaders, even the Arab leaders know that if you go too extremist is not good. That political movement doesn't work. Look at the piece of shit Democrats that we have. They're hateful. They're violent. How do we know? They show it. They're far left. And then they go and they trigger the far right dumbass people. You got to be smarter than that, man. You got to be smarter than that. Come on. You got to be smarter than that. Even the Arabs, even the other Muslims, who they know exactly what their religion is, even they tell you to deport these motherfuckers. They're telling you to deport them. Their own people. They're not. They're not the same. They know it. They know it. They're not the same. Egypt did not accept Palestinian refugees. No Muslim country accepted Palestinian Muslim refugees. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, you can call Trump and me all you want. But fuck you very much. The truth will always win. Muslim countries do not allow these extremist Muslims to be amongst them. That's right. That's right. I wanted to share that clip with you. I'll probably keep it here just in case a moron comes in here and tries to say that I am promoting hate against Muslims. No. Muslims tell me what to do with those extremist Muslims. Very interesting. Marco Rubio delivering some keynotes. Here we go, guys.
Members of the President's team and cabinet that are here today, our FBI Director, Kash Patel, who's here with us, thank you. Our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, has joined us as well. You'll hear shortly from Stephen Miller, the President's Deputy Chief of Staff and one of his top advisors on Homeland Security issues as well. And of course, our Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, is here. But again, I want to thank all of you that are here today. I want to thank the whole team here at the State Department as well for putting this together. It truly is an unprecedented event on an unprecedented issue, moment, I should say, in our history. So let me start by saying that the most essential duty of the state, the first responsibility, frankly, of any government of any kind, is the protection of its people. It's the protection of its country. This is a sacred obligation that should transcend all political and all ideological divisions. It is why, for example, we have militaries. It's why we have intelligence agencies. It's why counterterrorism bureaus exist, why police forces exist. Keeping our people safe is the reason why every country represented here has all of these things. We are all very well acquainted, as of now, of course by now, with what has been described as traditional terrorist threats. For 25 years, the term counterterrorism, at least in the West, has meant first and foremost the fight against radical Islamist extremism. And there's a very poignant reason for that. On the 11th of September, in the year of 2001, 19 men murdered 3,000 people here in my country. Then that same enemy struck Europe, murdering nearly 200 commuters aboard trains in Madrid in 2004, and 52 more aboard London buses and the underground in the following year. The entire architecture of Western counterterrorism was rebuilt from the studs around the singular traumatic event. That made sense at the time. Our job was to keep our people safe, and the realm of terrorism, the specter of global jihad, was the premier threat to their safety. And so we went to work, and we assembled a global coalition, working with many of the friends that are represented here in this room today, and we destroyed the ISIS caliphate. We killed al-Baghdadi and al-Zawahiri and bin Laden, and we built intelligence and law enforcement systems capable of anticipating and stopping attacks before the public even hears about them. Every country represented here today has disrupted a terrorist threat at some point emanating from this source. Jihadist attacks and plots in the United States are down by 2/3 since ISIS's peak. The number of people killed by jihadist terrorism in Europe dropped by roughly 97% from the year 2015 to the year 2024. In other words, to a very great extent, our counterterrorism strategy has worked. The threat has not disappeared, of course. It will continue to exist, particularly so long as we tolerate immigration systems that imports these threats directly into our respective homelands. But this threat has been severely diminished. The world looks very different today because of it. For far too long, however, our counterterrorism doctrine has had a blind spot when it comes to extremist violence from the political left. Even today, the very idea that far-left terrorism could be a serious threat is treated as a right-wing fever dream, or worse, as a dangerous fascist conspiracy. It's treated this way by many in the press, by many in academia and our universities, and by many of our legacy institutions. You will no doubt see the dogma rear its head in the coverage of this very conference. In spite of the clear and the undeniable reality, in spite of the objective numbers and statistics, in spite of the fact that in this room today, there are representatives from across the political spectrum, we will hear that this kind of organized violence and terror will be dismissed. It will be dismissed as a partisan fiction. A whole industry grew up in our countries around the study of extremism. We have think tanks and fellowships and journals and consultancies with the unspoken understanding among them that the only kind of political violence that was a true threat to our system, that only one kind of political violence was a true threat to the system. A bomb planted by a neo-Nazi group was a nefarious and murderous act of evil. It is. But a bomb planted by a Marxist revolutionary, well, that's just merely a tragic excess of idealism. Perhaps its means were misplaced or overzealous, but its ends were virtuous and just. That's the implication of how they treat it. For years, this extraordinary ideological prejudice was embedded in the way we talked about political violence and extremism. It was repeated again and again until it was accepted as the neutral and objective baseline, so entrenched in the mainstream conventional wisdom that it came to be regarded as an apolitical fact. It is the reason why, here in my country, so many people in positions of power have repeatedly dismissed acts of violence and even terrorism as legitimate forms of political expression, so long as they served a left-wing cause. It is why during those so-called George Floyd riots in the summer of 2020, as criminals and extremists burned and looted their way through America's great cities and nearly brought the country to its knees, city governments all across the country simply refused to prosecute the people conducting these acts of violence and terror. It is the reason for the now infamous image, maybe you all recall this, of a news anchor from a very prominent agency, a news anchor standing in a neighborhood consumed in flames. Meanwhile, the chyron on the bottom read that the protests were mostly peaceful. This was something worse than a double standard. Left-wing violence was not just excused, it was treated as sacrosanct, a protected class unto itself. That era has to end. The coalition in this room today includes political leaders and experts and law enforcement officials from more than 60 countries across the world. You have come here from a wide range of governments, parties, and political persuasions. Some of your governments and ours disagree publicly. Sometimes we disagree sharply about trade, about energy, about immigration. You did not come here today because you have been persuaded on every single aspect of the American view of the world. You came here. You are here because 2 weeks ago, a 72-year-old woman was burned on over 80% of her body in her own home in Greece, and she died, executed by a firebomb because her daughter dared to stand for office. You are here today because for 5 days this winter, the lights went out in Berlin. the longest blackout in the city since the Second World War, sparked by an attack that left tens of thousands of households without power in the freezing cold and left an 83-year-old woman dead. You are here, and you came because a month after that Berlin blackout, a French 23-year-old succumbed to traumatic brain injuries, beaten to death on the streets of Lyon by a group of far-left militant thugs. You are here because your political leaders are being attacked and stabbed and shot in your streets, because your businesses have been bombed, because your railways have been sabotaged, because your police officers have been beaten and burned. You are here because this is real, and it is getting worse, and it can no longer be denied, and it can no longer be ignored, because it is time to crush this evil forever. The simple fact is, none of this that I've just described is new. Far-left political terrorism is not a recent-day modern novelty. It is not a fiction manufactured by conservative politicians. For most of the modern era, it was in fact the dominant form of political violence. Every one of our friends here from the nations of the Western Hemisphere remember the decades of kidnappings and bombings and assassinations and executions, the violent terror of the Tupamaros, of the Monteseros, of the FARC, of the ELN. You remember the inhuman savagery of Peru's Shining Path, the Maoist fanatics who massacred the peasant villages of Peru, hacking pregnant women and newborn infants to death with axes and machetes. You remember the tens of thousands of Marxist guerrillas trained to kill in Castro's terrorist camps. All of you here from Europe remember. You remember the machine gun massacres of Italy's Red Brigades, which held a 5-time prime minister captive for 55 days before subjecting him to a revolutionary so-called people's trial and executing him in 1978. You remember the Red Army faction's nearly 3-decade campaign of bombings, kidnappings, and assassinations in Germany, murdering dozens and injuring hundreds more. You remember the 17 November organization in Greece, the Marxist extremists that terrorized Athens for more than a quarter century, including, by the way, shooting my country's CIA station chief dead outside of his home, in front of his wife, as they were returning home from a Christmas party. And here in America, we remember. We remember the same reign of deadly terror, justified by the same slogans, motivated by the same wicked ideas. We remember the Weather Underground, which bombed the Pentagon, which bombed the State Department, and bombed the Capitol. We remember the Black Liberation Army, which staged armed robberies and executed police officers at point-blank range. We remember the Symbionese Liberation Army, which shot a public school superintendent to death with cyanide-packed hollow point bullets. In one 18-month period, between 1971 and 1972, the FBI counted some 2,500 bombings on American soil, a rate of nearly 5 a day. The overwhelming share of that violence came from left-wing extremists. Between 1970 and 1980, 93% of terrorist attacks in the West came from the far extremist left. These are numbers that would shock most Americans today, because we've been taught to believe that this kind of political violence, it simply doesn't exist, or it's being exaggerated. But it does exist, and we're actually underestimating it. And our nations bear the scars to prove it. And today we face a new wave of this old evil. Here in the United States, the share of left-wing terrorist attacks and plots has risen to levels not seen in decades. In Germany, far-left violence has jumped by more than 40% in just the last year alone. In Greece, more than 80% of radical violence is now driven by far-left and anarchist actors. These are not abstract statistics. Americans have seen what those numbers mean. An all-out assault on our immigration officers, sniper attacks, explosives, armed ambushes, a transgender shooter opening fire on Catholic elementary school students as they pray, his gun marked with slogans like, "Where is your God now?" A healthcare executive executed in cold blood in the streets. Multiple assassination attempts on a sitting president. And the murder of the greatest conservative activist of a generation. A man who happened to also be a husband and the father of 2 young children, shot and killed while speaking to a crowd of students. This is a distinctive and unique evil. It has always been driven by a hatred, above all else, a hatred for civilization itself. It is a revolt of the worst against the best, a revolt of the weak and the cowardly against the strong and the good. It is perpetrated by those who cannot build, who cannot create, who cannot achieve great things, and take their revenge upon the world for their own inadequacy by seeking to destroy those who can. This is what radical leftism is. It may wear various different slogans and ideologies across place and time. They can call themselves anti-capitalist or anti-imperialist or communist or anarchist or Marxist, but the fundamental character is always the same. It's always the same. It is a poisonous resentment cloaked in the language of equality and justice and liberation, an overwhelming need to tear down what greater men have built, to wreck what is beautiful and what is right on behalf of people who are only filled with ugliness and have nothing else to offer the world. Through violence and through terror, they once again seek to impose their ugliness on all of us. The old dogma was wrong. The old dogma was wrong. None of this is driven by idealism. It is not utopian. In fact, it is the opposite. One of the criticisms you sometimes hear of communism, for example, is that it sounds good in theory, but it never works in practice. That's actually not true. Communism does not sound good in theory. The world it envisions for all of us is small, flat, gray, leveled of all exception, drained of all that is good and noble in the human soul. The world it envisions is a world without courage, a world without creativity or ambition, a world without heroes or glory or great causes to strive towards, a world without miracles, without myths, without men who rise above the rest to do incredible and extraordinary things. And the world communism envisions is a world without God. For these architects of revolutionary violence, the towering achievement of our civilization, for them, it's an unbearable humiliation, a reminder of what they cannot do, and a reminder of what they cannot be. So they choose instead to destroy. They attack pipelines, they attack railroads, they attack power grids and laboratories, the physical embodied symbols of power and invention and achievement. This is the nature of the terrorism we face today. They despise the West because the West is great. This is an international conference because we are facing a transnational threat. These are not distinct and isolated cells. They are interconnected networks. They do not recognize our borders. They do not believe, in fact, in the nation state itself. They coordinate, they communicate, they travel, they train, and they act together, sharing the same infrastructure, sharing the same enemies, sharing the same mission. Antifa militants and their comrades travel from across Europe and to the Americas to participate in each other's attacks, to funnel propaganda and training materials and target information through shared encrypted channels, moving through underground networks of safe houses and finance, and sustain their operations through transnational funds. And they work alongside hostile foreign states that share their mission, like Iranian proxy networks, who are increasingly intimately tied to leftist militant groups around the world. The Cuban regime's sprawling intelligence and ideological network helped to build the far left in our country and in our hemisphere. And it remains inextricably linked to the far left groups and movements across and beyond the West. Today's far left terrorists can raise money in one country. They can host their communications in a second country. They can receive training in a third country. They can recruit militants in a fourth country, and then together strike a target in a fifth country. And so we have no choice but to confront this menace together We will either cooperate across our borders, or the terrorists will continue to exploit the gaps between them. Under President Trump, for the first time, the United States is building the infrastructure, the partnership, and the strategy to defeat the scourge of far-left terror. The President signed National Security Presidential Memorandum Number 7, outlining a comprehensive strategy to investigate and disrupt Antifa terror networks and their allies. Last November, the State Department designated 4 violent, far-left extremist groups as foreign terrorist organizations, and there will be more designations soon. In December, we announced Rewards for Justice, offering up to $10 million for information disrupting the financing behind these groups. In May, we convened the first counterterrorism law enforcement workshop, joining American law enforcement officials and their counterparts in our partner country nations together to map and develop strategies for dismantling these networks. The next workshop will be co-hosted with our partners in Germany. The coalition we're building together is already bearing fruit, and we are here today to build on that work. We can and we must identify and map this threat and rebuild our counterterrorism architecture to defeat it, just as we have done together before. Now we must do it together again. Through intelligence and information sharing, through coordinated law enforcement strategy, through financial targeting and disruption, we will dismantle these networks brick by brick. It is time for the people of the civilized world to defend ourselves, to stand united against this encroaching darkness and fight for what is ours. It is easy to destroy great things. It is far more difficult to make them. The enemies of civilization are only capable of the former. They are only capable of destroying great things. All they know is destruction. But we have built great things together. We have done it time and again. We know what we must do, and now we must do it. Thank you for coming today. And now I want to introduce someone I work with very closely and has been a leader in this field. He is a Deputy Chief of Staff and one of the key advisors to President Trump. He also heads up all of our Homeland Security initiatives and understands this issue probably as well as anyone in the United States government, Stephen Miller.
Good morning, distinguished leaders and guests. It's good to see so many familiar faces. And thank you, of course, to Secretary of State Rubio for organizing this conference and for leading this initiative. Here in the United States, we have taken the necessary and essential action of formally recognizing left-wing violence as a form of political terrorism that is a direct threat to our national security and the survival of our Republican form of government. President Trump issued a directive, in our parlance, it's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM, NSPM 7 to be exact, that directs, for the first time in American history, all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country. It's very important to understand that left-wing political terrorism seeks as its ultimate end the overthrow of our system and form of government. And we've seen this has taken place many times in many places throughout the years, and Secretary Rubio has provided you many examples. Left-wing terrorism always ends in bloodshed, misery, and suffering. It only can travel in one direction. There's no point at which the left-wing terrorist is satisfied with his gains and ceases progressing. Inevitably, left to run its course, it always becomes a gulag. It always becomes the mass imprisonment of political enemies, the stripping of their rights and freedoms, inflicting immense pain, humiliation, suffering in order to establish complete and total control. Control through psychological and physical and actual terror. And we have to understand that that is the scope and the extent of the threat that we face. And as Secretary Ruby also pointed out, this is an international network. Antifa, as an example, operates in dozens of countries all throughout the world. They share common networks of funding, organization, and information sharing. And so all of our intelligence agencies and law enforcement entities should be collaborating and coordinating and working together in order to root out these organizations. One of the hallmarks of left-wing violence and terrorism is its completely pretextual and disingenuous appeal to civil liberties in an effort to shield its own violence. This is the tactic that the left always uses to try to protect itself from facing criminal punishment. It is essential that we are wise enough and strong enough to understand that these appeals must fall on deaf ears. When the leftist, who does not believe in freedom, who does not believe in civil rights, who does not believe in any ordered notion of justice, protests that we are violating his rights, understand that he is lying to try to persuade people who are not closely following the political scene that some injustice has been perpetrated against him. We must stay the course and be completely unflinching in the pursuit of justice against these enemies of civilization. If the left is allowed to use the real or actual threat of violence to destabilize our institutions, then those institutions cannot and will not succeed. So here in the United States, for example, we saw in the recent past clear threats of violence against our Supreme Court to try to shape how they rule on upcoming decisions. The leftist does this with the full desire, intent, and understanding that the threat of violence against a public figure or their family is meant to cow them into behaving or acting or conducting themselves differently. We had the combination of a violent left-wing organization threatening our nation's highest court and the federal government and the Department of Justice turning a blind eye to it. Those are the conditions in which this kind of violence can fester as a cancer and ultimately destroy a society. Nothing that we do works if the threat of violence and terror goes on unchecked. Our political systems don't work, our judicial systems don't work, our legal systems don't work, our jury trials don't work. And at the same time, we have to understand there's a real threat that those who are not themselves terrorists, but who support left-wing violence, will create the conditions that allow that violence to go on without any meaningful inhibition. So, to be specific, we've seen in some of our nation's cities in America, like Washington, D.C. and New York City, something, again, it's an American term, but it's known as jury nullification. This is when a person is obviously guilty of a crime, but the juror, because they're ideologically sympathetic to the perpetrator, will not sentence them to the crime for which they've obviously committed. We've seen in the United States, again and again, individuals who are part of left-wing organizations who've committed assaults against ICE officers or federal law enforcement who've been brought to court where clear evidence has been presented against them that the jury has refused to convict for purely political reasons. When you've reached that point, it demonstrates how deeply the cancer has begun to infest your society, where people have created an internal rationalization structure to justify unsanctioned violence against the state and state actors to achieve a political end. We have to use every lawful and legitimate tool that we have to demonstrate that justice will be served and delivered, and to prove that these kinds of tactics and techniques will ultimately fail. If the leftist learns and observes that their violence and criminal activity helps and ultimately succeeds in achieving their desired political end, they will be endlessly emboldened. Here in the United States, we've seen a growing and deeply alarming increase in attempted assassinations against public figures. Most notably, of course, the multiple assassination attempts against President Trump, the successful assassination attempt against Charlie Kirk, many others. This is a fatal cancer to civilization. And the greatest risk that we have is that our institutions have grown too soft and too cowardly to be able to defend themselves against a mortal threat. If your civilization is your home, you must defend it with the same passion and force as if an enemy intruder is inside your own house where your family lives. That is the level of dedication and urgency that is required. And the greatest threat is that even though there are far more of us, there are far more people who believe in order and civilization and liberty and the rule of law, is that if we are softer than those who seek to end us, then the smaller but more radical minority will succeed. It is easy to dismiss what I'm saying and to say, surely it cannot be that bad, it cannot be that dire. But again, I point to the examples in our own country where, for example, our Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which has been duly statutory authorized to carry out routine enforcements of immigration law, has been subjected to an over 8,000% increase in violent assaults. These are not one-off episodes. This is repeat, systemic, organized, funded insurrection and armed resistance against the federal government. There was a sniper from a sniper's nest who, using an assault rifle, tried to shoot ICE officers in Dallas, Texas. These are the episodes that we're talking about, where we have had repeated, direct, violent attacks on federal law enforcement in order to veto the ballot box with violence. And the leftist justifies this violence to himself by saying that they alone are the arbiters of what is right or wrong. Not the law, not history, not civilization, not public opinion, certainly not God. The leftist assumes for himself judge, jury, executioner. But let's not pretend for a moment that these radical leftists, these terrorists, are operating from a place of sincere political conviction. Sure, there are plenty of useful idiots that they use who may believe these discredited ideologies. The leftist is fundamentally motivated by envy, by hatred, by jealousy. The leftist looks at what is beautiful and what is good and what is natural and is filled with envy and hatred. The leftist looks at a perfect family with the perfect life and a perfect job and perfect kids that goes to church every Sunday and is filled with a feeling of inadequacy and jealousy, and they covet, and they turn those emotions ultimately into a desire to subjugate, to oppress, and to inflict pain and suffering. It's not a coincidence that when you look at these violent Antifa demonstrations, you see any photograph of those who were assembled. To be blunt, not one of the people that is demonstrating looks like a normal person. Not one looks normal. They're all deformed in some way in their appearance, in their dress, in their mannerism. Why is that? Why, if you look at two photographs and you see a normal American street, you see an Antifa protest, why do the people that are violently demonstrating, why is there not one normal looking person among them? Every one of them, through the course of their life and their decisions, has scarred their body and their appearance in many different ways, to the point in which their outer appearance becomes a manifestation of their inner hatred. Trust your instincts. To all people and across all civilizations, you know what normal is. You know what beautiful is. You know what good is. You know that families are right. You know that children are precious and beautiful and must be protected. You know that the criminal and the junkie and the predator is a threat to normal, healthy living. This is so much deeper than issues about taxation and regulation, although they're incredibly important. It's about normal, healthy, ordered living. And the violent leftists, for these deep-seated reasons, going back to the earliest wisdom taught to us in the Bible about coveting. And I'm not talking about rich versus poor. I'm talking about a much deeper kind of coveting. Coveting people who are morally superior, who are superior in the simple, truthful way they live their lives. People that they look at who are happy and ordered and peaceful and contributing to the communities. That burns an ember in them, and that's how you end up with the horrors we've seen throughout history, where good families are dragged out into the street and executed. And you might say, again, you're describing a future that seems impossible to conceive of. When it comes to preventing these horrors, it is the burden and the duty of good people of all walks of life to understand that you will always be accused of raising the alarm too loudly. If you wait until the point where the worst outcome is so obvious that no one can deny it, you've already lost the battle. That's the fundamental point. If you say, I will not raise this alarm until the threat is so present and so clear and so obvious and so imminent that none can deny it, well, it's already too late. It's already too late. I would rather prevent a threat from occurring and be accused for the rest of my life of having falsely raised the alarm, knowing in myself that I was right, than for fear of being judged having waited too long until the point of no return has been crossed. The good news is that we are far away from the point of no return. So all of us should organize together and work together for the good and the benefit of all the people in our societies, of all walks of life, of all persuasions, to deliver for them what they are justly entitled to, which is to live with safety, with fundamental human dignity, and with the ability to live in peace and harmony with their families and neighbors. Thank you all, and God bless.
I want you to go ahead and answer that question for me. All the retards on the left, Nazis, the Gestapo. I don't think they know what Nazi is. But why don't you go look up what Nazi actually means? Nationalist, socialist. You're the fucking Nazis. Now what? I find that very interesting. I find that very interesting. You know, they say fascist. They're being fascist. You know, ignorance is bliss for the libtards. First, go find out what Nazi means. What is the meaning of Nazi? Nationalist, socialist. It's true. It's true. Which really, you know, I mean, it is very clear that you guys on the left were all jumping and doing cartwheels and all kinds of stunts and all these demonstrations supporting a Nazi for senator. And the stupidity of the people. It makes no sense to me. You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense to me. They repeat all this Marxist, ideology. They repeat all this godless, all these sexual perversion ideologies. And they don't understand what the fuck they're talking about. That's crazy. That's crazy. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show, where you are going to hear the unfiltered truth. A year ago, Marco Rubio testified in the committee about the national budget. Listen to how racist the Democrats are. They just can't get past color, color, Collar. Here you go. I played this before, almost a year ago. Check it out. Yeah, Chad. Low IQ Dennis back at it again. Chad, what is Nazi? I don't ask you what a woman is because you'll never be able to answer that. But what is a Nazi? What's the meaning of the word Nazi? Look it up. Put it in the chat. Let me see if you learn something today. Listen to how racist Democrats are. And if you don't catch it, then you're not paying attention. Here we go.
Your question, you sort of posed a question back.
List to make sure that there aren't individuals there who are perhaps contravening national security interests that the
Well, I don't think
Department
that's,
of
I don't
State
have any
is
concern about that.
prioritizing.
Ultimately, I don't have any concern that the president having dinner with someone's going to contravene the national security of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. In response to an earlier question, you sort of posed a question back. What is one thing that has happened during the Trump administration that has strengthened Vladimir Putin's hand in Ukraine, mentioning that the sanctions were still in place? I just would like to introduce for the record an article dated February 28 from NBC News titled "State Department Terminates U.S. Support of Ukraine Energy Grid Restoration."
That'll be entered in the record.
I was in Ukraine the day after the Palm Sunday bombing in Sumy and spoke to USAID staffers who'd all been riffed. They're going to be laid off either in the middle of summer or early September. I'm aware that that's subject to litigation, but they talked about the fact that the grant cancellation canceled a grant that USAID had in place, hundreds of millions of dollars, that has been used repeatedly to restore the Ukrainian energy grid after attacks by Russians. I could give other examples. That is the one that is most present on my mind since I was just there. Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you about the program. It's the United States Refugee Assistance Program, and this is a program that state is the manager of, but together with other cabinet secretariats, DHS and HHS, state plays the lead management role, and it is how to manage the U.S. refugee assistance programs in tandem with contractors who help the United States on that. By an executive order on the first day of his presidency, President Trump paused all refugee programs and has canceled contracts to the agencies like the U.S. Catholic Church or Lutheran Refugee Services or HIAS or Church World Services who've been resettling refugees. Those programs are paused. There's litigation about it, but as far as I know, the United States is not, or the administration has not withdrawn the executive order. So there's essentially from this administration no refugee programs for anyone except. In early February, the president announced a special refugee program for Afrikaner farmers, justified A, by some concerns about South African foreign policy, but B, a claim that these were persecuted individuals. So right now, the U.S. refugee program allows a special program for Afrikaner farmers, the first group of whom arrived at Dulles Airport in Virginia not long ago, while shutting off the refugee program for everyone else. Do you think Afrikaner farmers are the most persecuted group in the world?
I think those 49 people that came certainly felt they were persecuted, and they've passed every sort of check mark that had to be checked off in terms of meeting the requirements for that. They live in a country where farms are taken and land is taken on a racial basis.
Okay. Do you think they're more persecuted than Uyghurs or Rohingyas, or more persecuted than political dissidents in Cuba or Venezuela or Nicaragua, or more persecuted than those who would be threatened should they be returned to Afghanistan by violence by the Taliban?
Well, the problem we face there is the volume problem, okay? If you look at all the persecuted people of the world, it's millions of people. They can't all come here. And we had refugee programs.
So why prioritize Afrikaner farmers?
Well, because it's a small subset, it's a new issue, and the president identified it as a problem and wanted to use it as an example. But that's different from having these refugee programs that were basically spending money to put people up in communities and accommodate them, and it was acting as a magnet. Millions of people in this country illegally, and today the border is sealed.
Let me challenge you, and I'm just going to say for the public, if you want to understand about the, quote, persecution of Afrikaner farmers, go look at the composition of the South African government. Since July of 2024, there's a government of national unity, and the opposition party to the ANC, the Afrikaner Party, the Democracy Alliance, is part of the governing coalition. They joined the governing coalition a year ago, and the leader of that party was given the remit of agriculture minister, John Steenhuisen. He is the leader of the former Afrikaner Party, still widely representing Afrikaners. He is the Minister of Agriculture in South Africa right now. I assert that this claim that there's persecution of Afrikaner farmers is completely specious. Are you aware ever during the apartheid era in South Africa did the United States establish a special program to allow South African blacks who were treated as second-class citizens in the apartheid program, a special program that they could claim refugee status in the United States?
No, because I was probably in 9th grade or 8th grade at the time.
Yeah, well, then I don't expect you to know. I'll just tell you, never has there been a special program for Africans to come in as refugees to the United States. We've allowed special programs for people being persecuted for their religion, Soviet-era Jews. We've allowed special programs for people fleeing from communism, Cuba, Vietnam, the Soviet Union. We've never allowed a special program to allow Africans into the United States in an expedited refugee status until now. Afrikaner farmers living in a nation governed by a government of national unity that includes the main Afrikaner Party. And actually, an even more right-wing Afrikaner Party is also included in the coalition government. Now, would you agree with me, Mr. Secretary, that if we're interpreting the statutory phrase, a well-justified fear of persecution, we should try to do that in an even-handed way?
I think we should try to do that in the interest of the national security of the United States.
So okay, I agree with you too. We should. Should we try to do it in an even-handed way? So for example, should we say, if you're persecuted on the grounds of your religion, we'll let you in if you're a Christian, but not if you're a Muslim?
I think that the United States has a right to allow into this country and prioritize allowance of who they want to allow to come in.
But
I think
but I'm going to ask you, what?
Yeah.
So a well-justified fear of persecution?
Yeah, they thought their
means?
farms
You
were
don't
being
think
burned
that
down and they
means
would be
anything?
killed. I think that's a pretty good justification for wanting to come. They're
Okay.
afraid for their lives.
And should it be applied in an even-handed way? That's an easy.
No, our foreign policy doesn't require even-handedness. It requires prioritizing the interests of the United States.
The phrase says you are entitled to entrance as a refugee if you demonstrate a well-justified fear of persecution.
No, you're not entitled.
So
You're
can
allowed.
you have a different standard based upon the color of somebody's skin? Would that be acceptable?
Well, I'm not the one arguing that. Apparently you are, because you don't like the fact that they're white, and that's why they're
I'm just asking
coming.
you to say that would be unacceptable.
Well, no,
that
I would say that the
seem to
United
be
States,
a very easy thing
the United
to say.
States has a right to pick and choose who they allow into the United
Even
States.
based on the color of somebody's skin.
You're the one that's talking about the color of their skin, not me. These
You're
are people whose
refusing to
farms were being
acknowledge
burned
that it
down and they
should
were
be
killed because of the
even-handed.
color of their skin.
Well,
Well, you've demonstrated enough because you think anyone should be allowed into this country for any reason because they met a certain
Who
criteria.
has said that?
We are going to prioritize people that come into our country on the basis of what's in the interest of this country. That's a small number of people that are coming.
But
in
you
that
said
particular case.
this weekend that
But
there
in
would
other
be more.
cases, it's harder to vet. In other cases, it's more difficult. And by the way, the United States admits people every year. 1 million people come to this country every year legally. 1 million.
And
people
now
a year come to this
there is
country
one
legally.
group
No
of
other
people
country
that
in the
have
world
an
is nearly as
easy
generous.
pass into this country. For the first time, this administration has said Afrikaners get an easy pass and refugee programs for the remainder of the world are shut off. And you can't say to the American public that we should apply this statute in an even-handed way.
No, I think it should
Shocked
be
at that.
applied in a
And I
way.
yield
Well, you
back.
shouldn't be shocked. It should be applied in the national interest of the United States. Our immigration policy should be based on the national interest of the United States. Period. End of story. If there is a subset of people that are easier to vet, who we have a better understanding of who they are and what they're going to do when they come here, they're going to receive preference, no doubt about it. There are a lot of sad stories around the world. Millions and millions of people around the world. It's heartbreaking. We cannot assume millions and millions of people around the world. No country can. So you have to have a process of deciding who do you prioritize, who do you allow in. We do it all the time. We do it in our immigration system now under our current laws. Unfortunately, it's primarily based on family connection and not on what they're going to contribute to the society from a merit standpoint. That should be changed, but that'll...
The stupidity of the fucking question, Harmon. Are you a fucking moron on purpose? Or you just trolling? Why am I a racist? What the fuck is racist about protecting our borders? What is so racist about pulling out the obvious? I don't think you're paying attention to what's going on here. The ones that are racist, you see, you're a fucking ignorant fool. But that's different. The Democrat said the example was Christians versus Muslims. And then he went straight to color, as if Christians are white and Muslims are black. See, this is why you people fucking never lear. You don't listen. I'm even putting the chat so that you can understand what's going on. You hear the Democrat, corrupted politician, describing Christians as white and Muslims as black. Who's racist? Ask yourself that question. Who is racist? You can't pull a fast one on Marco Rubio. That's why I love my Cuban-American brother. See, that's one thing that Marco Rubio and I have in common. I think we're the same age or something like that. Very close. But I can tell you, I think I might be older than him, actually. But I can tell you this. The reason why we say what we say is because we analyze things. We learn from history. As a migrant from Honduras, there is no difference between black and white to me. We're all the same. See, most of 21,000, almost 22,000 people agree with me on this channel. American doesn't mean white. And believe me, I got a lot of redneck brothers, and I am very happy to have them. I'm a brown redneck. You know what I'm saying? I'm a brown redneck. That's what I said. Brian Waza. Brian knows what I'm talking about. Brian knows what I'm talking about. Oh, man. You know what I'm saying? Here, why don't we listen to somebody that you will not call a racist? How about if we allow an Arab Muslim to tell you how it is? How's that? Let's do that. Because you don't believe Marco Rubio. You don't believe Dennis Herrera. You don't believe any of the patriot Americans that keep telling you that we need to make sure that these people are kept in check. Why don't we listen to the Arabs? See what they say. You can't call them racist because they're Arab Muslims. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. I love this. I love this part right here. Here we go. Muslim Arab, listen to the advice. If you for one fucking second listen, you might learn something.
If they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I say to people in Europe, if they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I
Now what? You see how it's not racist? You see how it's not racist? If you're ignorant enough to say that nothing is happening with the Muslims in this country, you're a fucking idiot. That simple. See, in Saudi Arabia, in the Arab Muslim world, there's checks and balances. If somebody preaches hate, violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed. And if that doesn't work, they kick them out. But the fucking retards on the left, no. Let's not reprimand them. Let's not reprogram. Let's not check them. Just let them practice their freedom of speech. Yeah, they're fucking destroying our country. But hey, freedom of speech. A bunch of fucking retards. It is unbelievable, the stupidity of the left. It is unbelievable. That's right. I keep this clip in hand for today. Libtards will learn one way or another. Oh man. Oh, how cute. All right. Well, I didn't get notified that there was a live. Oh, there it is. Oh, here it is. Okay. My bad. Guys, I'm sorry. I missed it. I think I missed it, but there is a live going on right now with our favorite press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. I love this lady. Beautiful, American, smart woman. Strong, smart, wise woman. Just gave birth to a future awesome American child. So fantastic. Why don't we go ahead and take a listen? Don't worry, I'll rewind it to the beginning. There we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be back with all of you. It's good to see you. Good to be in this room. I'm glad everybody showed up today. Let's get back to work. We're going to begin with a few scheduling announcements. Tonight, as you all know, at 9:00 p.m. Eastern, President Trump will deliver a major address to the nation on protecting the integrity of our elections, and we encourage every American to tune in. On Friday, the president will travel to New York City to attend a FIFA reception at Trump Tower, followed by his attendance on Sunday at the FIFA World Cup between Spain and Argentina. His attendance will cap what has been the most watched, most secure, and most successful World Cup in American history. This is a fitting conclusion to a tournament that showcased America's ability to host the world on the grandest stage. Turning now to the economy. Tuesday's CPI report confirmed what President Trump predicted. Prices are falling, and this administration's economic policies are working. Inflation dropped 0.4% last month, beating expectations and marking the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Prices fell, including for gasoline, electricity, non-prescription drugs, car insurance, medical care services, and hotels, delivering relief for American working families. We also saw real weekly earnings rise in the month of June. For private sector workers, real wages have increased by roughly $1,000 since President Trump took office, after falling nearly $3,000 during the previous administration. This is real progress made possible by the president's pro-growth economic agenda. There is still more work to do, no doubt, which is why President Trump remains laser focused on lowering costs and raising wages for working families across the country. Just last week, Walmart and Sam's Club announced they will be lowering prices on thousands of items in their stores across the country. Shoppers can expect meaningful savings on groceries, household essentials, outdoor living products, toys, apparel, and other everyday staples. As President Trump said, Walmart answered his call and stepped up in a big way, and we commend them for that. We hope other major retailers will follow the lead of this patriotic American company. While we're on the subject of helping working families get ahead, I want to remind everyone that the Trump accounts are now officially live. To date, and this is a new stat from the Council of Economic Advisors this morning, more than 6.5 million American children have been signed up for accounts so far, including my 2 kids, who I signed up during my maternity leave. There are a few things I want to make clear about this massively beneficial program that has the potential to literally transform the financial future of this country. First, any child under the age of 18 is eligible to have a Trump account opened in his or her name. This is a free investment savings account that costs nothing to open. Second, thanks to President Trump, every child born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028 will receive a $1,000 seed deposit from the United States Treasury. Third, parents, guardians, relatives, and friends can contribute up to $5,000 per year combined for each child. Employers can also contribute up to $2,500 per year on a tax-favored basis, counting toward the annual cap. The president believes there is no better investment than in America's children. Government projections show that a child whose family maxes out contributions could see the account grow to nearly $300,000 by the time the child turns 18. This is, I think we can all agree, an enormously powerful head start toward the American dream. These funds can be used for college, starting a business, or purchasing a home. This is truly a transformational, nonpartisan program. So I encourage everyone listening with a child to establish a Trump account today for your child and tell everyone you know with children to do the same. The app is also incredibly inviting and easy to use for parents at home. Finally, let's turn to the border. Brand new numbers this week from the Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Protection confirm that for the 14th straight month, this administration has released 0 illegal aliens into the United States. Again, let me reiterate, the 14th straight month, not a single illegal criminal alien has been entered into our country, released into our country by this administration. Illegal crossings in June remained at historic lows, and Southwest border apprehensions are down 94% compared to the same period under the Biden administration. These numbers speak for themselves. Thanks to President Trump's strong leadership and unwavering commitment to law enforcement, America has the most secure border we have ever had in our nation's history. The administration continues working to reverse the previous influx of millions of illegal aliens into our country by the Biden administration, and our law enforcement professionals, God bless them, are arresting criminal illegal aliens across the country, including those convicted of the most heinous and violent crimes. This past weekend alone, ICE arrested a Mexican national and gang member convicted of second-degree murder in California, a Dominican national convicted of aggravated manslaughter in New Jersey, a Saudi national convicted of indecent liberties with a child in North Carolina, a Mexican national convicted of continuous sexual abuse of a child in California, a Nicaraguan national convicted of second-degree child molestation in Rhode Island, and a Mexican national convicted of lewd acts with a child under 14 with force in California. These are egregious crimes, and again, I think we can all agree that none of you would want these individuals living in your communities, and you have this administration to thank that they are on their way back home. The American people delivered a decisive mandate to arrest and deport these dangerous criminals, and President Trump is wholeheartedly committed to delivering on that mandate every day. He will never waver in his duty to defend our homeland and protect the American people, and he has proven without a shadow of doubt that the chaos and the lawlessness that we saw every single day at the border and across our country under the Biden administration was a choice, and it is a choice this president has chosen not to make. While this work is far from finished, the border is secure and deportations will continue. With that, I'll take your questions today. I look forward to doing so. I know there's a lot of news. We have 2 people in our new media seats today, Rachel Bade and Ben Black. Rachel, why don't you kick us off? Ben will give you a question, and then we'll get to the rest of all of you. Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back to the briefing room, and congrats on your baby.
Thank you.
2 questions,
Sure.
if I may. The first one, a fun one for your first day back. You now have 2 babies under 2 years old.
I do.
As someone who has a 4-year-old, I can only imagine how little you are sleeping right now. What is your one tip or secret to women who want to have it all, the kids and the hard charging career?
Well, thanks for the question, Rachel, and it is really good to be back with all of you. I don't think there is a secret. You just have to show up every day and keep going, and it really does take a village. Take the opportunity to shout out to my husband, who's home with our babies right now. I look forward to returning home later to be with them, but it's challenging. But for me, I view this as more than a job. I view this as public service on behalf of a president who I firmly believe in everything this administration is doing and really creating a better country for my children and their future, and I'm very grateful for that. Blessed to both be working in this job, but also to have 2 beautiful babies at home. And as you know, Rachel, and any mom in this room knows, there's nothing better than being a mother. So thanks for the question.
Babies are the best. Okay, a question about tonight. There are a lot of Republicans in this town who very much support the SAVE Act and want to make sure, our elections are upheld, election integrity, top priority for them. But some of them are concerned that tonight's primetime address might focus on, elections of the past, relitigating them, rather than voter concerns of today. I'm wondering, can you tell us if the president tonight is going to talk about the economy? You just talked a lot about the economy and what we're seeing there. And what does the White House say to Republicans who are worried that election issues like this could actually turn off swing voters?
Well, a few things. I would encourage everyone to tune in tonight. I've seen a lot of reporting and frankly misreporting about what the president will say. I think the American people will be relieved to hear what they are hearing from the president of the United States and his commitment to transparency and the focus on the integrity of our elections tonight. I think all Republicans and Democrats should recognize this should be a nonpartisan issue. If we don't have safe and secure elections in our country, we cannot have a country. It is a vital part of our democracy, of our constitutional republic. The president will be speaking about that tonight. And in addition, at the very same time, of course, he is working on all of these economic issues that the American people have at home. I just read to you the latest inflation numbers are looking good, the best report in 6 years. The president, Republicans and Democrats and all Americans have this president to thank for the largest tax cuts in American history, which every Democrat on Capitol Hill voted against. You have this president to thank for the Trump accounts for our children and securing the future of the American dream. So this president is doing a lot, but obviously safe and secure elections are a true tenet of our constitutional republic, and the president will be speaking about that tonight. Thank you. And Ben, please.
Hey, so I'm from England. I've been following the World Cup all around, absolutely loving it. Unfortunately, we got knocked out last night, so I'd love to ask you a favor.
Tough day for you today.
Yeah, it's all good though. But I want to know, so all these football fans coming to America, absolutely having a great time. I've had an amazing time. What do you want these football fans to take away from their time in America?
Sure. Well, I'm so glad you enjoyed your experience here in our country, and sorry for the loss. We look forward to the final match on Sunday, and I know the president looks forward to attending, but I think the world saw that this president and this country is able to put on the greatest show in sports in the world. And we are a kind people, we are hardworking people, and we have the best country on the planet. And I know I've loved seeing the videos from foreigners from around the world who have traveled to the United States, and I've been quite surprised about how lovely and enjoyable the United States is. I don't think we get enough credit from the international media around the world, but we encourage everyone to come and experience America for themselves. So thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
And safe travels home. You're welcome. Garrett.
Caroline, welcome back.
Good to see you.
Likewise. To the degree that this speech tonight is about elections past, not elections upcoming, the 2020 election has had dozens of recounts, lawsuits, audits. 2024 election widely believed to be safe and secure. There's not really any question about that. A lot of people look at this.
Because it was too big to rig.
Well, I think a lot of people look at this
There's a
and
massive
wonder,
amount of votes for this president. That's why he's in the Oval Office right now.
No one disputes that. And there were a significant amount of votes for Joe Biden, who won in 2020. I mean, I think the question is, why is the president unable to let this go?
Well, first of all, Garrett, I think part of the problem is that the media has refused to acknowledge that tens of millions of Americans across the country share the concerns of this president about the sanctity of our elections. And your premise of your question, you're jumping ahead to a conclusion in this speech before even hearing it yourself. I think that everyone should tune in tonight, including the people in this room, and you should report on the president's speech and the findings that he is going to reveal in this speech with a little bit of honesty and a little bit of integrity, because it will shock you if you have an honest eye listening to the president tonight, and everything he is saying will be backed by facts and by evidence that will be provided this evening. And again, Garrett, I think all Americans, Democrat, Republican, should agree that we are the greatest country in the history of the world. We should have the safest and most secure elections in the history of the world. And what the president will be speaking about tonight will show you that perhaps that is not the case, and we need to make some adjustments moving forward, including the Save America Act, as Rachel pointed out, is a key legislative priority for this president on Capitol Hill, and he wants to see all senators and members of Congress voting in favor of the Save America Act, because it's crucially important as we move forward. Aisha.
Hi, Caroline. Welcome back. And
Thank
I'm
you.
assuming the pink is for your baby girl.
You know, I didn't think that, but I guess it is now. Thank you.
We've talked a little bit about what the president might say tonight, but the other question is, who is running the teleprompter tonight after this report that the other guy is now under investigation for making money off of reading the president's speech?
Obviously, I'm aware of the report. The president is too. I spoke with him about it. He believes it's deeply unfortunate and frankly a disgrace. And the individual that was cited in that report is complying with the CFTC but has been put on paid administrative leave. So there will be a teleprompter operator tonight, of course, but it will not be the one, unfortunately, in that story.
One more on Iran. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, went on this podcast with Joe Rogan yesterday, talked about Israel, in which he said that there are some people within their system that we know beyond a shadow of a doubt who are manipulating and trying to change American public opinion to keep the war going on indefinitely. Does the president agree with that statement?
I think the president would certainly agree that, yes, foreign countries certainly do try to persuade American public opinion. There's no doubt about that. I think it's just a basic fact. Ed.
Good to see you, Caroline. Following up on the teleprompter and then one on tonight's speech, what steps is the White House taking to ensure something like that doesn't happen again?
Well, the White House has extremely strict ethical guidelines with respect to issues like this, and as I just told you, this individual will no longer be here. He'll be on paid administrative leave. I'm sorry, without pay. The administrative leave is unpaid, to be very clear. That was a decision by the president, so I think that speaks for itself.
On the concerns about the election, will the president accept the results of November's elections?
Look, Ed, you should tune into the president's speech tonight before you jump ahead to conclusions about what's actually in the speech. Again, I've seen a lot of reporting and misreporting about what the president will say. We hope CBS will take the speech and all Americans should take it.
Okay, but I'm not presuming it. I'm just asking you to accept the results.
Caroline, two questions on the Trump account. First, following the birthright citizenship case, is there concern that babies that are born to illegal immigrants here in the United States are not excluded from these accounts? And also, since the $1,000 per child from the Treasury seeds these accounts, can you assuage concerns from those who feel this is wealth redistribution?
I would certainly not describe it as that. As you know, this was an incredible private-public partnership. We had incredibly generous Americans, Michael Dell, and many others who contributed to the fund for the Trump accounts. So that money will then be passed along to America's children, which I think is a great thing that all Americans from all political persuasions can agree upon. With respect to your question on birthright citizenship, I think the president has made his view and the White House has made our view on this case quite clear. We're going to continue to move forward to work with Congress, hopefully in the future, to remedy this problem in our country and to ensure that we cannot have this scam continuing where you have foreigners from all around the world traveling to our country to give birth to babies who are then given the greatest privilege on the face of the planet, American citizenship. That's not how our founding fathers intended this country to work or to operate, and the administration is committed to finding solutions to remedy that.
Do they have access to the Trump accounts, those are children of those illegal aliens?
That's not something I've discussed directly with the president, so I don't want to speak out of turn on that. As you know, Carrie, all American citizen children are able to access the Trump accounts as it stands right now. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mark Stone from Sky News. Can I switch to Iran, please?
Sure.
And specifically, the Manab school attack. 120 children dead, 26 of their teachers. A Sky News investigation released today points to all this being a tragic mistake by America, by the US military. So could you explain, please, why the president is repeatedly saying it wasn't America when he hasn't actually, he says also that he hasn't even seen the report?
I can't speak to the Sky News investigation respectfully because I have not read it. All I can speak to is what the president has said as I speak on his behalf, and the investigation continues, and we would defer you to the Department of War for further questions on it.
Following up, if I may.
Sure.
I just want to
My answer is
understand.
not going to change.
I just want to understand why he consistently says it wasn't us, we didn't do this, when all the evidence and indeed the preliminary report and we've spoken to a military insider who says this was human error.
Well, that's the president's opinion, and at the very same time, he has said the Department of War is investigating the matter, and we would defer you to them for any questions with respect to the investigation, which obviously has not been released yet. I would defer you to them for further questions on it. But I think the president feels that way because he knows that our military always acts in good faith and absolutely never targets civilians or children, unlike the other side of this conflict, Iran, who is well known for killing women and children and innocent people in their country for a very long time. So you should focus on that in your reporting. Daniel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back. Another World Cup question, much as it pains me. President Trump had some harsh words for Spain at the NATO summit last week about their spending. Does that mean he's going to be supporting Argentina?
Danny, it is a really good question, and I'm disappointed in myself for not asking the president before I came out here, knowing you would probably ask. I haven't talked to him about it, but we'll get you an answer on that. You're welcome to ask him yourself at some point before the game. I'm sure you'll see him, and I'm sure he'll have a fun answer for you on it. Sure, in the middle, go ahead. Sure, Jasmine, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Back on the teleprompter issue, Notice reported earlier this year that Kalshi was inaccessible on the Wi-Fi that journalists here at the White House have access to. Are staffers back in the West Wing and other parts of the EOB, et cetera, do they have access to Kalshi and Polymarket on their Wi-Fi?
On our work computers? Yeah. Honestly, I've never tried, so I don't know. But I'm happy to go try and get you an answer on that.
And then another question,
in the back, Reagan. Sure.
I just wonder,
Jasmine, go ahead, and then Reagan.
Are there any other White House staffers or people within the administration who are suspected of also placing bets on Kalshi or Polymarket or other things with some of this privileged information?
Not to my knowledge, not that I've been made aware of. And as you saw, I think this played out exactly how it should. Kalshi notified the CFTC of suspicious activity. They investigated that, identified the individual, and he will now no longer be working at the White House. So I think that answers all the questions on this matter. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you on the Save America Act with Senator Graham, and then a quick question on Iran.
Sure.
Trump said in one of his final conversations with the late Senator Graham that he was talking about the Save America Act and that he felt like they were in a great position with it. Do you anticipate that the Senate is going to be more aggressive to push the Save America Act in light of the fact that it was so important to Senator Graham so close to his death?
Sure. Well, since I haven't had the opportunity, let me just express my sincere condolences to Senator Graham's staff and his family. He was beloved by so many here at the White House, especially the president, and I know that the news of his sudden passing was just tragic to all of us, especially the president, who considered him a dear friend. The Save America Act, as I said, Reagan, is of vital importance to this president, and he wants to see it move forward. I understand that Capitol Hill and Speaker Johnson are moving forward with attaching as many elements of the Save America Act as possible to the Budget Reconciliation 3.0. Here we go. The president is supportive of that process, and he hopes that Republicans will vote for this important piece of legislation. The Budget Reconciliation bill not only will address the Save America Act, but also ensure important aid for our farmers and our war fighters, which the president supports as well. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome back.
Thank you.
On the Kalshi situation, I have just a few questions on that.
Sure.
This individual has been accused of making trades around the president's speeches for months. I mean, this has been going on since at least earlier this year, maybe even before that. Did the White House counsel have any awareness that this was going on with this individual? And if not,
no.
So if no, then why not? Is there any sort of plan in place to try to figure this out, to see if anyone else is doing this, or to track future people from, to see if they're making these types of bets in the White House? Any discussions around that?
Look, there are very strict ethical guidelines here at the White House that explicitly state not to do this, and the White House counsel's office makes that clear to all of us who sign up to work in government on behalf of the president. So I think there has been a plan in place. This individual unfortunately violated the plan, and therefore he's paying the consequences for it. I don't know why there's further questions on it.
But then doesn't that leave open the possibility, even though there are the rules, I mean, there's no disputing there are strict rules on this, but if there are no mechanisms in place, and then I'm not saying that there are, there should and should not be, but if there are none in place to try to track this happening inside the White House and inside executive branch of the government. Doesn't that leave it open a possibility for this to keep happening or happening again, and these result in people making bets like this inside the administration?
Again, there are very strict ethical requirements required by all staffers and officials here at the White House, and if they are violated, people will pay consequences for that, as you're seeing with this case. Libby. Thank you.
I have a question about Senator McConnell, but first on Iran. President Trump has now greenlit strikes on Iran for nearly every day this week. Does the White House describe negotiations more at a standstill or essentially completely over?
Well, I've spoken with the president about this as recently as an hour ago. Iran very much continues to talk to the United States of America and express that they want to make a deal with us because they are suffering devastating blows on behalf of our United States military. The reason, and this is important for the American people to understand, the reason for the recent strikes over the course of the last several days is because Iran violated the Memorandum of Understanding that we struck with them. Specifically, in the Memorandum of Understanding that they signed, they were not to fire on commercial vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz. And unfortunately, they have made the tragic decision for them to do that. And President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the Strait without ensuring Iran pays consequences for that, and that's what we are witnessing right now.
Talk to him about this within the last hour. I mean, does he essentially seem fed up with these negotiations? And can you explain why the American people should think that a deal with Iran would even be worthwhile at this point, given the fact that they broke it already?
Well, look at how bad they are behaving. It just proves the president's initial point for launching Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. That's why he launched Operation Epic Fury. They have suffered devastating blows to their military and their economy as a result. The president is always open and willing to diplomacy. He is the peace through strength president after all. After Operation Epic Fury, the conclusion of it, we did move forward into a diplomatic phase, if you will. But unfortunately, Iran has since violated that. They have expressed they still want to make a deal to the president. We're talking to them, but again, the president is not going to allow them to fire on ships in the Strait without paying a consequence for that. And I think just one more point, I think throughout this entire endeavor, the president has proved not just to Iran, but to the entire world that we can hit Iran anytime, anywhere, any place, and their ability to defend themselves has been essentially wiped out because of this president and Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Sure. Lena, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Two questions for you. If I can read two comments, one made by President Trump and one made by the Vice President on Iran. President Trump recently said, as far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. There's something wrong with them. They are cuckoo. They are scum, sick people, vicious, violent people. And then Vice President Vance went on Joe Rogan last night and he said, I'm very frustrated by the Americans and frankly by people in other countries who say you cannot negotiate with the Iranians. So your response to these contradictions, because I think you can understand how that's confusing for Americans with this mixed messaging. And then second question for you, at least 6 Americans are still detained in Iran. Mm-hmm. Will President Trump make this conditional, a point of condition in continuing these conversations with the country, as well as political prisoners, sure, and also people that are still being executed in Iran to this day?
Sure. To your second question, I'll never create a red line or a condition on behalf of the president without his blessing. I haven't heard him say that, but obviously ensuring the return of Americans wrongfully detained or held hostage all over this world remains a priority for him, and he has done so in a tremendous way over the course of the last year and a half. Americans from all over the world have returned home thanks to this president and the efforts of his national security team. To your first question about the comments between the president and the vice president, respectfully, I do think you're taking comments from different times throughout this conflict and kind of asking me if these are contradictory of each other. I can tell you the president and vice president are on the exact same page about where we are right now in this conflict. And the fact that you do see elements of what's remaining in the Iranian regime that are more willing to make a deal, and then other elements who are not so maybe willing to make a deal, shows that Operation Epic Fury was incredibly effective because we neutered their ability to communicate with one another, and they are a fragmented system. They are not the once very strong, powerful terrorist state that they were before this operation, which was one of the ultimate goals. So we'll continue to work through the process, and as I said, the president will hold them accountable when they turn their back on the words that they state to the United States, but he is always open to diplomacy at the very same time.
Thank you, Caroline. Sure. Regarding the president's speech tonight, he's been in office over 540 days now. If what he says tonight is backed up by evidence, why hasn't anyone been charged?
Well, he hasn't revealed it yet. He hasn't declassified the documents yet, and you will see what he says tonight, and then we'll move forward appropriately from there.
Tonight from the Justice Department?
I don't speak on behalf of the Justice Department, Caitlin, you know that. Rachel,
Backing by evidence, will there be charges?
You'll have to ask the Justice Department. I don't charge people. I just speak on behalf of the president. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Welcome back. Just a point of clarification really quick. On the staffer who is accused of profiting off of the president's speeches, you said he'll no longer be working here. Is he on administrative leave, or is he going to be fired after that's over?
He's on unpaid administrative leave right now.
Okay. And just to follow up on the president's speech tonight, I mean, we've been talking to a lot of Republicans over on Capitol Hill. They have said that focusing on the economy is the right way to go ahead of the midterm elections. They believe that's what voters care most about. What does the president say to Republicans who think that focusing on the 2020 election, election integrity, all of these issues right now is not the right approach so close to the election?
Well, again, you guys have not heard the speech yet, so I would digress with the criticism until you actually hear what the president is going to say and what he's going to say when he addresses the American public. I would also add again that the administration, and especially this president, are able to walk and chew gum at the same time and tackle a number of issues on a number of different subjects every single day. We see that president do that, working around the clock on foreign policy, on domestic policy, all of the time. You all report on it, you have to keep up with it, so I think you can agree with me on that point. And I would also add, the president will continue to be traveling all around the country to talk about the economy. We were just in Pennsylvania a couple weeks ago touring a Mack truck facility, which has been greatly strengthened and enriched because of this president's economic policies over the last year and a half, and he loves doing that, and he will continue to do so. Jennifer, go ahead.
We have seen with the increased community strikes a real decrease in traffic through commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. What is the U.S. doing right now to facilitate flows through the Strait of Hormuz and preemptively address the risk that Houthis will actually choke off the Red Sea oil route and that prices will increase further before November?
Sure. Well, two separate questions. First, let me address what's happening in the Strait right now. We know that there is a blockade of ships directed by the president for ships entering and departing Iranian ports only. This has been fully implemented and is in full force. This blockade was reimposed due to Iran's inability to honor their agreement with the United States of America. More than 10,000 U.S. sailors, Marines, and airmen, along with 2 aircraft carriers and more than 20 warships and dozens of aircraft, are executing the blockade mission as we speak. And during the first 24 hours of the blockade, U.S. CENTCOM has redirected 2 compliant commercial vessels and disabled 1 non-compliant vessel. So look, the Strait is open for ships that are not traveling to and from Iranian ports specifically, and the U.S. Navy is there to ensure that can take place. With respect to gas prices, as you know, the price of oil right now is approximately $80 a barrel, maybe a little less. Before I came out here, that's what it was at. Gas prices are down approximately 60 cents a gallon off the peak of this conflict, and the president was honest with the American people from the beginning. There may be temporary disruptions in the oil market, but what we haven't seen is what all of the naysayers said, that there would be massive increases in the price of oil that so many warned about. And that's in large part because of the president's domestic energy policies here at home to revamp our domestic production here, but also the administration has taken many swift actions to mitigate these temporary disruptions. As you know, we've released oil through our SPR, the Jones Act waiver, which has been incredibly effective, fuel environmental waivers. We also, President signed the Defense Production Act to restart California oil production. So all of these very swift and mighty actions on behalf of this administration have led to a rather stable oil market, and the president will continue to do all he can to ensure prices come down, stay stable for the American people and the American consumer until the end of this conflict. And ultimately, I think Americans should keep in mind why we're doing this in the first place, to ensure that Iran, a terror state, can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Dasha, go ahead.
Nice to see you back.
You too.
2 questions, one on tonight and one on immigration. It strikes me listening to the conversation in this room about Iran, given the questions that folks on both sides of the aisle have about strategy and endgame, given that the United States has intensified strikes on Iran, typically in a time of conflict, when the president gives an address to the nation, you would expect him to address this conflict. Number one, will he talk about Iran, and why is that not the major topic of
of his speech. Does he believe that the SAVE Act and the 2020 election integrity are more important right now?
Well, no, it's not a matter of importance. It's just a matter of timing. The president will be making a very important announcement with respect to the integrity of our elections. However, it is also very possible at the top of the speech he will mention the current situation with Iran and also the economy as well. As you all know, President Trump is a man of his own word, and he sometimes is thinking about these things up until he walks out. But we have had conversations about him addressing a range of topics, and that could very well be possible tonight. Again, this is all more reason for all of you to carry the speech live and for the American people to tune in tonight so they can hear directly from the the president and draw their own conclusions. Go ahead.
Caroline, sorry, I just wanted to add the immigration question real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry. 3 men were killed in ICE encounters in less than a week. As a result, DHS announced that it would end vehicle stops, and then President Trump urged them to change their position. Can you confirm whether vehicle stops are back on, and is the administration doing anything more to prevent these kinds of deaths, maybe accelerating distribution of body cameras which weren't present in this case?
So a couple of things. Vehicle stops are continuing. Verbal guidance has been given to all field offices across the country by the Department of Homeland Security. The President and the Secretary of Homeland Security are on the same page that vehicle stops are a necessary tool that ICE agents need in order to continue their deportation campaign of the worst illegal alien criminals from our country. With respect to body cameras, I know there's been some questions about that in recent days. Over half of all ICE field offices now do have body cameras, and the remainder of the field offices are expected within 60 days. It's been a slower rollout than we would have hoped, but that's because of the Democrats' decision to shut down DHS for several weeks. So we expect to fully execute on the promise of body cams to all field offices across the country very soon. Karen.
On the parasite outbreak related to produce, can you give an update on the administration's response to this? Are there federal officials on the ground in the hardest hit states right now doing any testing of production facilities or farms to try to figure out where this outbreak has started?
Sure. Well, what I can tell you, having been back at the White House for just a couple of short weeks, I've been in meetings on this very topic, and I can tell you the White House is closely monitoring the situation, has a handle on the situation. We're committed to providing the CDC and the FDA the resources that they need, and we urge all Americans to follow CDC guidance on properly washing and cooking raw ingredients to prevent this foodborne illness. As you know, there has been an unusually high number of cases. There are typically thousands of cases of this outbreak every year, but there has been an unusually higher number, and that's why we're working with the FDA and other partners at the federal, state, and local level to increase detection methods, provide the guidance, and then also, most importantly, trace the outbreak back to its original source, which we are currently in the process of doing.
Lack of permanent leadership at the CDC and FDA and any funding cuts, has that slowed the response to figure out where this outbreak has started?
No, we've talked to the CDC and FDA specifically about that, and not at all. They have the resources they need to make sure that Americans are fully informed and protected from this illness during this time.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Last year, the administration signed a critical minerals deal, mining deal with Kazakhstan for a little-known U.S. company. It was an agreement that President Trump and Howard Lutnick got tentative approval for with Kazakhstan's president in September. 6 days before the deal was signed, which was in November, the president's older sons with other partners took a 20% investment in a company related to the deal. What did the president know about his son's involvement in this arrangement? When did he find out about it?
From my understanding, Maggie, nothing. I've spoken to the president and his family about this. They would absolutely never do anything that would put the president in a place of a conflict of interest. And we have timelines to give you and to provide you, which we did to the news media at the time when this story broke, to prove that very point that I just made.
Just 1 second. So the president did not learn about it until it was in the media? That was when he found out?
That's my understanding of the matter, yes.
Caroline.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you very
Karen, I'll
much.
go to you after. Just
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Me? Okay.
Why don't we just...
Okay, thank you very much.
Starting in the
very,
back.
very welcome back.
Okay. Thank you.
Yesterday, Iran launched a drone attack against U.S. facilities in Erbil, threatening American personnel and the Kurdistan region, one of the American closest partners in the Middle East. What is your message to those responsible? And are you staying with your loyal ally in the Middle East and at least helping them to defend itself?
Who launched the attack? You're saying
Iran,
yes,
Kurdistan
of course.
region.
Well, I think I've addressed that previously in saying that Iran has unfortunately shown to violate the word that they struck with the President of the United States. They're paying consequences for that in the strikes that the President has authorized in the recent days.
Thanks, Caroline. You were with the President in Ankara for the NATO summit, and there Ukraine was one of
I was not actually.
Oh, you were not. Okay, yeah, but the issue of Ukraine was one of the most important topics there, and the situation is escalating between the two sides in these days, but there are still efforts. Can you give us more information about where we are and how the local power breakers, including Turkey, are involving in order to solve the problem?
Sure, I'll check with the National Security Council and get back to you on that with more specific guidance. What I can tell you is I know the President greatly enjoyed his visit to Turkey and not just his participation in the NATO summit, where he applauded the United States for getting our NATO allies to step up and pay their fair share for our defense, but also he greatly enjoyed his time with President Erdogan in Turkey and appreciates the bilateral relationship between our two countries.
Caroline, welcome back.
Thanks.
Contrary to what the mainstream media is reporting, Americans that I speak to care deeply about election integrity.
This is true.
Why do you think the mainstream media is so fearful of tonight's speech and anything to do with election interference? And why are they attempting to discredit President Trump's speech before they even heard it? And lastly, what's your message to AOC, who is asking for President Trump, the mainstream media, to actually censor the sitting president's speech tonight?
Yeah, I think that the mainstream media should air the president's speech and allow the American people to draw their own conclusions from it. Again, I think it's important that the American public hears directly from the President of the United States on a topic that, to your point, is very near and dear to the hearts of many Americans across the country, the integrity of our elections. This should be a nonpartisan, non-controversial issue, and I think you'll hear the President talk about that tonight. So we'll see you then. Thank you.
He was telling the President that he wanted.
I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to CNN, MSNBC, ABC, and all these other leftist legacy media outlets showing the live speech from President Donald J. Trump. All right. Let me address a couple of issues here, if I remember. One of the issues is the school bombing over there in Iran. One of the reasons why we can't take full responsibility for it is because we have known a few things. The most important one is that Iranian's regime, not the Iranian good people, but the Iranian regime and all the fucking libtards that follow them, they are willing to kill their own people. Number two, they have been reverse engineering weapons that don't explode or they capture. And, well, you know what? If they can kill 45,000 of their own people simply by protesting, well, I don't put it past them to shoot their own school to make the United States look bad. And how hard is it to put the United States of America's name on a missile and then call it American strikes? It's very stupid. If you don't fucking know the answer, if you don't know the facts, if you were not there, shut the fuck up, will you? Number two, the issue that we have, and as I given you guys, I shown you a video of Arab Muslims actually condemning these terrorist Muslims regimes. They're telling us that we should keep them out, deport them. They say, this is the Muslim Arabs. They tell us, deport them. You know what? Here, let me give you libtards some advice. Do you know how fucking stupid and retarded you sound when you say, "Oh, with that accent, they're gonna come and deport you"? You know how fucking stupid you sound. You sound like a fucking racist libtard. That's what you sound like. I know you're trying to be funny. You're trying to be funny with using some of the rhetoric, but the facts are that you guys are fucking ignorant. It's that simple. It's very simple. The United States is such a dump. The United States is so bad. Everybody wants to come here. Everybody wants to come here. Well, if you missed it, let me go ahead and recap what I have shared before. If you come to this country, number one, we don't forget 9/11. Some of you youngsters out there, you guys get cussed out because you guys are ignorant about the issue. But we don't forget 9/11 and how Muslims have been trying to destroy the United States of America because we are the greatest country in the world. Now, I ask the question, do you know why I don't go to other countries? Do you know why I didn't become a citizen of Spain and all these Middle Eastern countries? Do you know why I don't go there? Because I don't give a shit about them. I don't like their culture. I don't like their food. I don't like anything about them. Why would I go there? If I hate those countries, why would I go there? With that being said, why the hell are you here? If you hate this country, if you can't abide by the law, if you don't want to respect our countrymen, why are you here? You see the difference? You fucktards don't have any brains to think on your own. You have no common sense. Even if I am broke, if I am looking for an opportunity, if I come to this country and I say the United States of America is the land of opportunity, fuck yeah, I want to be here. Hell yeah, I want to be a citizen. Hell yeah, I want to stay here. You know why? Because I love it. Because why do I love it? Because I appreciate it. And that's the fucking difference between me and you fucktards. Huh? Your brain, it's so retarded, you can't understand what I just said. If you hate this country, why are you here? I became an American citizen. Why? Because I love this country. I appreciate everything it has to offer. Even at its worst, this government is better than your third world shithole country that you come from. Isn't that crazy? Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. These libtards, bro. I'm telling you, man. You know, for a long time, we have been telling you. We have been telling you libtards, or you dumbass people on the left, all those illegal immigrants that we have in this country, all these illegal immigrant sympathizers, all these fucking traitors that we have in the United States of America, those who betray the American countryman for illegal immigrants. Maybe the big booty Latina is hot for you, but you're a traitor. If she's illegal, she's illegal. She's got to go. Now, before I play the next video here, which is going to be Nick Shirley testifying, let me tell you what happens when illegal immigrants are trying to be smuggled into this country. True story. I think she was Mexican. Listen to this. This dumbass lady goes and pays $3,000 for a fake visa passport. The husband, listen to this, the husband is a green card holder. He's a permanent resident here in Texas. He's legal. It's just a matter of time before she gets her papers, right? Wrong. Third world country shithole. Define. Somalia. Third world country shithole. Undeveloped countries with very weak economies. That's a third world country. You fucktards don't know what that is? Go look it up. Sons of bitches trying to get some freebies over here. You only get it when I give it. Anyways, so she tries to go through the Texas border, and this is where the pedestrians come through. Now, she comes in there with a fake passport. When they interview her, they ask her, she's like, why are you going to the United States of America? Why are you going to Texas? And she says, well, my husband's there. My husband is a green card holder. He's a permanent resident. And the immigration guy is kind of laughing. He's like, what the fuck? This lady thinks I'm fucking stupid. is what he's thinking. She comes in there with a fake visa on her passport. She testified that her husband knew about it, that she told him. And she still decided to go with a fake visa through the border. Her husband lost her green card. Her husband lost his permanent green card status, permanent resident green card status. It is the law. Just because you have a green card doesn't mean you have it made. You still have to respect the law. You got to follow the rules. If you hide, listen to this very carefully. If you hide any illegal immigrants in your house and you have a green card, you're fucked. They will take your green card privileges away. So go ahead. Continue to support illegal immigrant criminals. You guys don't fucking pay attention. You need to learn. Well, today in the Dennis Herrera show, you will learn something. I hope so. I know you guys on the left, you never lear anything. But we're going to try to continue to give you the truth. Here's another scenario. This is true story. A couple of people who were Americans, well, they are Americans, that are Americans, try to smuggle a bunch of people from the Dominican Republic. Now, these cowards, as they were trying to, they were actually going from the Dominican Republic, I believe, to Puerto Rico. You know, that's an American territory. A lot of libtards over there as well. The Coast Guard tries to pull them over. The smugglers, they grab a child and cover the engines, the motors of the boat, because the Coast Guard is going to shoot him down. So they put a child to block him from shooting it. And they think that once they get to a certain spot, they're good to go. It was over 50 people in this boat was starting to sink, taking water. There was a woman who was 7 months pregnant. Every single one of them was deported back to their country. Imagine that 7-month-old pregnant lady making an anchor baby in the United States of America. That's the kind of shit that we need to look after. All of this tourist, birthright citizenship for tourists and illegal immigrants, it's what's screwing over this country. Let me tell you what happens when you make anchor babies. When you allow an illegal immigrant to come in here and make a child, that child is going to love their parents. And if their parents get deported, guess who that child is going to turn against? And they would be American citizens. And what would they do? Well, they go and serve in the office. They go in the city council. They become mayors. They become governors. They become congresswomen, senators. They infiltrate the government, and they have this hate towards this country. And because of the blindness that they have been raised with, they hate this country. They hate this country because this country makes sure that the laws are enforced. The Mexican president doesn't give a shit about the United States of America. Out of her own mouth, she says that she allows illegal immigrants to come in here and fentanyl for this plain reason that we allow Americans to sell weapons in Mexico. Well, it's not like we do it willingly and be like, hey, guys, hey, hairy American, yeah, you guys go sell weapons in Mexico. We don't do that. We try to stop people at the border, in and out. You can't take shit out illegally. You can't bring shit in here illegally. Salty, I know, brother. Listen, I believe that every green card holder that gives birth to a child in this country, it's an American citizen. I give them that because they're permanent domicile. We can't give permanent domicile and expect them to never reproduce. That would be the stupidest thing that I can tell you. I'm sorry, Slim. Just tell them that you were watching the Dennis Herrera show, and you'll be all right. American citizens, obviously, your children are Americans. If you are a green card holder and you have children in Mexico, let's just use Mexico because it's the country next to us, and all the libtards, they don't understand much geography, but let's just use Mexico. Hopefully they know where Mexico is. If the father or the mother have a green card, they can claim the husband or the wife and the children. They got to wait 2 years. I'm so proud of this Mexican family. I'll tell you after this. And then they can come to this country. Now, here's the great thing. Let's say, let's say Slim Fat Boy, Mr. Cubby here. He is a green card holder, and he has his wife overseas or whatever the country is. They have children. They have children. All of a sudden, Slim Fat Boy Cubby becomes an American citizen. You know what the beauty is? The Constitution of the United States of America believes that American citizenship is given to those who are born. Listen to this. Oh, it's so good. Those who are born under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America. Guess who fall under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America? America fucking citizens. And you know what happens when a green card holder becomes an American citizen? Golden. Constitutional. It's backed by the Constitution. All those children that Slim Fat Boy made in Mexico and the Philippines and whatever other country he has babies pending a paternity test, they all become American citizens. Bam! Fact. I bet you, if you are born in this country, you didn't know that. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. You didn't know that, did you? That's constitutional. Now, let me tell you the difference. There's always two ways to a story. If you are a permanent resident, listen to this. If you are a permanent domicile resident, and you have children, and they are born in this country, they are American citizens. Because as a resident, permanent green card holder, you are under the full jurisdiction of the United States of America. Now, there's one thing that you don't get, and that is the privilege of being an American citizen. And that American citizen is such a beautiful thing, such a privilege to have. You shouldn't take it for granted. If you are an American citizen, any child that you can prove that is yours is automatically an American citizen. If you are a permanent green card holder, and I'll say it again, and you become an American citizen, your offspring become American citizens, pending a paternity test, of course. Here's the second one. To be qualified to run for president of the United States of America. You see, you have to be born in this country. You got to have birthright citizenship in order to be a president. Now, the only reason why the Constitution has to say that is because you can also be an American citizen by being naturalized, as I have been. I am an American citizen. I can vote. I get all the privileges, but I don't get to run for president. That is the highest privilege, highest honor. I can, however, run for governor and mayor. There is hope after all. Now, I will share this story about this Mexican man. I want to tell you something. I was so proud. I was so proud. You need to watch. You need to watch these shows from the border. You got to watch these shows, man. They give you so much knowledge, so much information. There's a lot of criminals that go through, walking, driving, etc. Here comes this older gentleman, Mexican. He is a permanent resident. He comes in through the border, and he's bringing his wife. So beautiful. I'm telling you, it almost brings tears to my eyes. It really is beautiful. What an amazing example. So he brings his wife and his 2 kids. And he's being questioned by the immigration agent. And he says, I'm a permanent resident, and I'm bringing my wife and my children. Oh my gosh, dude. You guys think I fake it. Let me, so beautiful. So beautiful. Fuck. So fucking beautiful. Hold on. My mother waited 5 years to be able to come to this country. Waited another 5 years to bring me to this country. 10 years. This older man, this Mexican older man, cowboy hat, like me. He's a farmer. And he's being questioned, and he's bringing his wife and his kids. He says, this is my wife and my kids. First time coming through here. Coming to the United States of America for the first time. Such a beautiful fucking story. As they get questioned, they grab the government, the documents. They take him to another spot and they question them. How much did you pay for their visas, their passport? And he said it was about $1,400, $750 each. 2,100, something like that altogether for all three. And the immigration agent, they're Hispanic, they're Texans. I think more than 50%, I believe, 40 or 50% of Texans are Hispanics. Mexican descent, most likely. But the immigration agent says to another agent, now that it's some well-spent money right there. And it almost brings tears to my eyes because it's such a wonderful story. And as they're walking. They are walking. Fuck, they didn't fly. You understand what I'm saying? Humble people. I'm sure the husband is a hard worker. They're walking. They made it. Legally. And they come in. He brings his wife and his kids. Legally. Story says they moved to Florida. All of them permanent residents. I remember when my visa changed to permanent resident. What an amazing story. And the documentary says that is how you do it. Many Latinos, many foreigners wait for decades to be able to be in this country. Now, a lot of wetbacks, they don't know what the fuck I'm saying. But I want you to understand the difference. These people didn't come here illegally. They obviously had a need. Their husband, 2 years without seeing them, without being able to bring them to this country. Obviously, he visited, but he wasn't able to bring them to this country. 2 years. They waited for their green card to arrive. While in Mexico, went to the American embassy and they got the stamp of the permanent green card. Woo! Now that's what I'm talking about. Those, my friends, are the kind of migrants that do not bring shame to our Latino communities. These are people who respected the law, and as such, they will be tremendous American citizens in the future. True story. True story. All right, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and play the testimony from Nick Shirley. Many libtards kept calling us liars. Well, they still do. They keep calling us liars. They're saying that we're always over here spewing lies and we don't know what the hell we're talking about. And we told them that Somali pirates were scamming and committing fraud in the Leering Center and all this other shit. And they made us look bad, like the bad people, the Nazi, the Gestapo, shut the hell up. You know what I'm saying? Well, now we're starting to see them. They're actually confessing. Hundreds of millions of dollars in fraud have been proven. Just like they're starting to prove that illegal immigrants have been voting on the elections. My American people, don't let these fools lie to you. Don't go protest like these retards do. Every single thing they do, they're just not happy with life. They're just not happy with life. This is the fucking cancer that we have in this country. And I wish it wasn't so. But here's Nick Shirley giving testimony.
Independent journalist known for his on-the-ground investigations, which he publishes on his social media pages and the Anti-Fraud Club website. Mr. Shirley.
My name is Nick Shirley. I'm a 100% independent journalist who seeks each day to serve we the people of the United States with the mission to show the world the reality of things as they really are. America was built and created by strong men and women who loved America and never would have thought to rob, steal, or cheat from its very own citizens. Unfortunately today, America's good faith has been abused by others, often foreigners who seek to harm, rob, and cheat America. Through my efforts, I've exposed billions of dollars of fraud and helped save America hundreds of billions for years to come. When we talk about fraud, we are talking about money that is being stolen from hardworking, law-abiding, tax-paying citizens. This issue has nothing to do with political parties. No dollar says Republican or Democrat on it. When a fraudster commits fraud, he or she steals from all of us. Last December, I published a 43-minute long video exposing widespread fraud in Minnesota. That video became one of the most viewed videos in internet history and gained over 4 billion views in just 7 days across all forms of media. The fraud was so obvious that the fraudsters weren't even trying to hide it. The infamous Quality Leering Center was born, and that video has become one of the most consequential videos in American history by the amount of legislation it has created. Since posting it, over 30 bills have been created and introduced in Congress regarding fraud. A new fraud task force has been created, and the Treasury is working on new systems to stop fraud at unprecedented levels. I helped ignite a war on fraud across the country. People often wonder how come this fraud became so big and how come it become so rampant? And the reason is because no one actually ever really looked into it. When Elon Musk offered to help by creating Doge, people burned his factories, bombed his cars, and politicians even celebrated his company's stock going down. Elon was right when he said the fraudsters complained the loudest. By exposing the fraud, I actually also exposed the politicians and media who worked for years to cover it up. Governor Tim Walz labeled my work as white supremacy and called me a far-right delusional conspiracy theorist. Meanwhile, he dropped out of re-election, and he even said he has ended his political career. Now, the highest government-funded daycare in Minnesota has pleaded guilty to daycare fraud, and the largest autism bust in American history has been exposed. Where is Tim Walz in the media now? It just so happens that over 80% of the fraud committed in Minnesota is by the Somali population. After Minnesota, I exposed widespread fraud in California within the daycare and hospice community, where an impossible 1/3 of Americans on hospice care were set to die in Los Angeles. The next day, the governor, Gavin Newsom, posted an AI-generated image of myself trying to mock and discredit my work. Only days later, he and his attorney general both tried to take credit for exposing the fraud. Now the attorney general's wife has created a bill that would make it criminal to expose fraud. The Stop Nick Shirley Act, also known as AB 2624, will help fraudsters cover up their crimes and prevent themselves from being exposed specifically in immigrant communities. Politicians often use immigrant communities to commit fraud. Why would they allow this to happen? In California, Medi-Cal, their Medicaid program, has now more than doubled from $108 billion in 2022 to a proposed $222 billion, while enrollment has only rose by less than 1%. The system is filled with bad actors and fraudsters. In New York City, government-funded adult daycares pay for elderly Koreans and Chinese to play ping pong and do Tai Chi at the taxpayer's expense. An impossible number of patients are registered, and those patients receive kickbacks for attending and signing up their friends. Over $2 billion has gone to these fraudsters at the taxpayer's expense. And I'm just one person doing the work of many people. If the government and media is not going to do their job to help America, it's the responsibility of strong men and women, however old they may be, to do it. I am doing it. Despite the threats and burdens that come, it must be done. I'm doing it with the help of everyday Americans that government-paid officials are supposed to do. And the media teams across the country have millions of dollars to do this, yet they don't look into this fraud. They've actually quite literally failed us. If we as Americans do not stand up to protect our country, we will lose our country. Fraud is so rampant in the United States, I could go to all 50 states and uncover millions of dollars of tax dollars being defrauded, wasted, and abused. It is my wish while sitting in front of you guys today that you take action and help Americans by cracking down on all of the fraud, and to simply put Americans first. Thank you.
Mr. Shirley, again, I commend you on your phenomenal journalism. Quite honestly, when I saw that happening, I go, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't my staff do those videos? Journalism is crucial to this. You're a partner in what we need to do. And it's only because of those videos that expose it that we have any chance of trying to rein in this beast. But you mentioned the Stop Nick Shirley Act. What is that? I mean, can you describe that in greater detail?
Yeah, so that's a bill that's been created by Mia Bonta, the wife of the Attorney General of California, and the official title is AB 2624, and it's to make it essentially illegal to expose and to film outside of immigration support service providers. That means any entity that provides services to illegal migrants, whether that be healthcare or legal fees. If I were to go out and film a video in front of one of these locations, perhaps an NGO like Churla that's received over $80 million from the government, and they give me a piece of paper and they say, hey, you cannot publish that video. If that bill passes, it'll be illegal for me to.
So it really ought to be renamed the Protect Medicaid Fraudster Act. This would probably be a better description of that, correct?
Correct.
Why do you think you have such pushback from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, from just the denigration here from the ranking member, from Governor Newsom? Why is that? You would think trying to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse would be a completely nonpartisan issue.
Because they quite frankly need the fraud. they actually need the fraud.
I want to run several questions past you, and I've got several big issues. But Shirley, how are you identifying initially what you're actually finding? Like, what's the tip that you're saying, I think there may be fraud there? How are you identifying that?
Yeah, a lot of it's I go through these databases and look for the largest amount of funding, and then also looking for the anomalies that come. For instance, in New York City at these adult daycares, there were 7,899 patients enrolled into a daycare, an adult daycare, and they received $12.9 million. And I go to that daycare, it's there's only one floor, and it'd be, quite frankly, impossible to enroll that many patients into that daycare.
Yeah. So it's just going through the available public data on it.
Yes, and then also relying upon Americans. For instance, I learned about the Minnesota fraud from Minnesotans. I went there and they told me, hey, finally, you're here to make a video on the fraud. I said, well, what are you talking about? And they said, well, this fraud's happening, this fraud's happening. And so then after that, for 6 months, I looked for that information about the fraud.
Mr. Shirley, I'll start with you. The previous Controller General of the GAO had been in office since 2011. What were you doing in 2011?
Playing football and basketball.
And what grade were you in?
At that time, I was 9 years old. So
9? Gotcha. Yeah. So you were 9 years old, and this person served for 15 years in government. We have this idea that maybe we double down on that process that failed for 15 years, that somehow we'd be better off, and yet you went in at your risk and exposed fraud. I'm going to take a different angle. How does it make you feel as somebody who's 25 years old to know that your generation is going to pay the bill for everything that's happened right now? We have $40 trillion in debt.
Yeah.
And yet your generation is going to pay the price.
Yeah, I think that's the sad thing is my generation's the one who's affected the most from this fraud and from the national debt. It's extremely hard for anyone my age to buy a home, even just to be able to accumulate the money to have a down payment inside your bank account. It's very, very hard. And so when you see a fraudster who literally opens up a Leering Center and they receive $1.9 million, and that was going on for years, and no one ever did anything. We had all this oversight. We had everyone knew about the fraud, but everyone was too afraid to talk about the fraud because of what would happen to them.
And what do you mean what would happen to them? Is it impolite to say that somebody's defrauding the government because there's of some certain race or gender or national origin? Is that somehow racist to say you should not steal money from the federal government?
It's not racist, but politically it can be seen as racist. They may label you as Islamophobic or a racist, quite frankly.
Well, I think profiles in courage wouldn't be something that would be written about the current members of the Democrat Party for sure. And because again, you think you would agree that they're just afraid of being labeled that way, and that fear drives them away from even attending a hearing like today?
Yeah, definitely. And it's very sad to see that they put that's their priorities, is to make sure that they're not labeled as a racist or Islamophobic for exposing fraud or for exposing what's happening inside a community. Quite frankly, they use the Somali population to commit the fraud. Ilhan Omar should be disgraced of what she did to the Somali population.
And when you look at people in your generation can't afford a car, can't afford a house, don't see how in the future you'd be able to retire with any kind of dignity, and yet somebody can break into our country illegally, be provided a luxury hotel room in New York, 3 meals a day, maid service once a week, free education, free health care. What goes through your head when you think about that?
Like, how does this happen? We're putting foreigners oftentimes above American citizens, and it's very, very sad to see.
YouTube journalist Nick Shirley's visit to the Quality Leering Center helped all of us leer how easy it is to get away with fraud in Minnesota. The Leering Center was given $10 million of taxpayer money to provide child care, yet Mr. Shirley's footage showed that there were not even any children present. Despite what we were able to see with our own eyes, Minnesota officials insisted that the Leering Center and other questionable child care centers exposed by Nick Shirley were, quote, operating as expected. And folks, that is exactly the problem. It's the grift that keeps on giving. You are called a, quote, delusional conspiracy theorist, end quote, by Minnesota Governor Walz and accused of, quote, grandstanding. by the state's attorney general. And similarly, when you expose Medicare hospice fraud in California, Governor Newsom's office responded by tweeting, quote, "Shirley is the fraud." So, Mr. Shirley, why do you think politicians are trying to stop people like you who are exposing corruption rather than those who are actually committing the fraud?
Well, first off, it's very sad that 2 governors of the United States would even post that about somebody who's exposing fraud.
Mm-hmm.
All I've done is try to help America, and I've done it. They quite frankly aren't. That's why they're so angry about it, because they actually rely upon the fraud in order to continue to push their agendas inside their states.
Right.
That's why they get so mad when the fraud gets exposed, because that money oftentimes goes back into the hands of not necessarily the politicians, but what fuels those politicians to be able to do what they want to do inside their state.
Right, and it's a sad state of affairs. But what we see every day, Washington is losing up to $521 billion to fraud every year. The offices of Inspector General have a combined yearly budget of nearly $4 billion. Similarly, GAO has an annual budget of more than $800 million. And I share that because they have hundreds of investigators and auditors at their disposal. Do you have billions of dollars at your disposal and endless resources to enable you to uncover fraud?
No, not at all. In fact, I have to spend tens of thousands of dollars just to stay safe now because of posts just like that from governors of the United States of America.
Exactly. And so with very little resources, you have been able to uncover fraud. And yet our federal government doesn't seem to be able to track it down.
I wanted this to be on the record. Never once has a Democrat politician ever congratulated me or said, thank you for exposing this, or even reached out to say, hey, maybe come check out what's happening inside of our state. They are quite frankly complicit in the fraud. And that's why none of them are here today. Like,
maybe
what is this?
Complicit, trying to cover up something, aiding and abetting,
100%.
promoting their own political careers over tax-paying, hardworking Americans.
Mr. Shirley, I just want to start with you. I, for my part, want to say thank you for the terrific work you've done on exposing fraud all across the country, nowhere more so than in the state of Minnesota. You know, it's a funny thing. Not long ago, the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota was sitting right where you're sitting, Keith Ellison. And I had a question or two for him about the fraud in that state. And he said to me that, I mean, nobody could have found it. I mean, he didn't know anything about it. You know, he was completely in the dark until it was all blown open, and there's just nothing that would have tipped him off. I find that interesting because, near as I can tell, I mean, you were a 24-year-old independent journalist. You had a camera and a list of public spending records, right?
Correct.
So if this fraud was so hard to find, how did you manage to find it when none of the public officials in Minnesota could find it?
I simply went to the locations of the Leering centers and the daycares and asked to enroll a child, and there was no way to enroll a child into any of these daycares. In fact, there were no children to be seen anywhere.
So in other words, you asked a few questions and you looked. You actually looked to see if there was fraud.
Yes.
And you found it wide open everywhere, rampant.
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
And a lot of the Medicaid programs inside of Minnesota, from the non-emergency vehicles to transportation companies.
You know, I find it so interesting because Keith Ellison, when he was Attorney General way back in 2018, 2019, I think we've got a poster to this effect, was actually told and had multiple referrals made to his office about fraud in some of the very programs that you looked at. I mean, this is years ago now. He had official referrals made to him. He said, I just couldn't find any evidence of the fraud. Do you think maybe there's a little bit of corruption at the governmental level in the state of Minnesota? I mean, is that just maybe a possibility? Maybe some of these guys are maybe on the take, you think? I mean, possible?
Yeah, it's not even maybe or possibly, it's a certainty.
Yeah, I would say so too, and I can prove it to you. Keith Ellison, that guy, after overlooking $250 million in fraud, he took $10,000 in campaign contributions from the very people who were committing the fraud, who came to see him in his office, asked him to please get state investigators off of their backs, which he did, asked him to shut down the investigations, which he helped with, offered to give him money, which he accepted. I mean, I think that's the answer as to why can't any of these people find the fraud? Because they're getting paid by the fraudsters. And here you are, 24 years old, got a camera, got the public records, ask a few questions, and it's everywhere to be seen. I mean, this kind of corruption, and it's what, sadly, the Democrat Party wants to bring to this country all across America. I don't know why guys like Ellison are not being prosecuted, I have to tell you. And he sat there and lied under oath right where you're sitting now. I asked him why he took this money. He said, oh, I didn't take a dime. He took $10,000. It's on the record. I just want to commend you for what you've done.
We didn't talk about potentially the foreign organization of this, correct? I mean, $700 million in cash flowing out of the Minneapolis airport back to countries in Africa. Have either of you gentlemen kind of investigated the foreign sourcing or an organization of a lot of this fraud? I mean, we're opening it up to foreign governments to fund their own operations.
Well, yeah, it's been proven that a lot of the money in suitcases that left Minnesota went back into the hands of people inside Somalia. And for instance, in New York City, where I just did an expose exposing this adult daycare fraud, nobody at these daycares actually knows who the owner is. A lot of them had just been hired within the past month. It's in Miami, you have the Cuban government running these DME companies that are fleecing and quite literally looting from Medicaid. A lot of foreign governments have infiltrated our Medicaid because it's so simple and so easy to defraud.
By the way, we know it's $700 million because government watched it go out. They let it go. They didn't even put the IRS on the case. It's truly remarkable what we're allowing to happen here. So again, Mr. Chairman, I commend you, like Senator Ernst did, for holding this hearing, and Ashley Moody. This is an incredibly important hearing, and it speaks volumes that only the ranking member showed up to denigrate Mr. Shirley's efforts. Quite honestly, that was why he showed up, and not one of them are here talking about these hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars worth of fraud that we can't allow to continue, because we are mortgaging your future. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And it's not just that it's just happened. I'm telling you, if you go to the airports, you're gonna see a lot more Somalis being on TSA. It's sad. I know that here in Seattle we have a lot of Samoans, Polynesians, etc. But these people were literally taking millions of dollars in cash. And you guys know that our immigration officers, our TSA agents, they don't allow more than $10,000 to go through. It's a serious problem. It's a serious problem. Now, while I finish my spaghetti for lunch, I do want to hear about the New York exodus. This is the most overtaxed state in the country, says New York gubernatorial hopeful. He's another Dennis Herrera trying to change his state. Let's see what he has to say. What information you got for us?
Earners from the state, but Governor Kathy Hochul seems to have an all too familiar answer to blame that on.
Back then, big driver of people leaving, and you could draw a through line from when the Donald Trump administration and Congress got rid of the state and local tax deduction. All of a sudden, everybody in New York paid higher taxes, so it got more expensive to be here just with the signing of that law. 2017, 2019, those were the years when people started the out-migration of businesses and individuals. And then what happens in 2020? Gets slammed with the pandemic.
Of course, blame Trump, not New York's ridiculous tax burden, which is 78% above the national average. The SALT deduction doesn't hit millionaires the way that would cause them to leave New York long before President Trump or COVID entered the picture. A Citizens Budget Commission study found the state's share of the nation's millionaires fell from 12.7% in 2010 to 8.7% in 2022. But does anybody remember that same year when Laffy Kathy had this to say?
We're here to say that the era of Trump and Zeldin and Molinaro, just jump on a bus and head down to Florida where you belong, okay? Get out of town. Get out of town.
because you don't represent our values.
New York gubernatorial candidate Bruce Blakeman joins us now. Sir, good to see you. Your opponent in the governor's race is living in la-la land, and it's going to bankrupt the state and the city if things don't change. What happens if this policy that she's on continues, sir?
Well, first of all, we're the most overtaxed state in America. Our electric bills are 70% higher than the national average, and she has declared a war on high net worth individuals. That's why they're leaving. And when high net worth individuals leave a state, they take with them tax revenue, so the burden will fall on the middle class, and they take away business, which will hurt carpenters, electricians, plumbers, waiters, waitresses, bartenders, dog walkers. So it has a ripple effect, and it hurts the whole economy, especially the middle class. It is a policy that is absolutely insane when other states like Texas, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Arizona are trying to woo these high net worth individuals into their state because of the jobs and the economic development they bring. Kathy Hochul chased them all out, and then ridiculously, she begged them to come back without changing any of her stupid policies. That ends on day one when I become governor.
But you raised the issue. So New York lost about $11 billion in tax revenue because of this exodus of millionaires. What has that woman done to try and woo back people into this state? Because just 4 years ago, she was saying, you don't represent our values, get gone, head south.
Well, I meet with people every day who are visiting New York from Florida and Texas who say to me, we will consider moving back to New York when you become governor, because we know that you will cut taxes, you will cut utility bills, and you will welcome high net worth individuals into your state because they create jobs and economic prosperity that is good for the middle class, and it's good for young people who need jobs. They want jobs with good pay and good benefits. That's the kind of economic policies that we need. We are number 50 in economic outlook in the whole United States. It's a national embarrassment that the once great empire state is at the very bottom of economic outlook because young people have decided that this is not a vibrant place, that they want to create a life for themselves with good jobs and good benefits. That will change when I become governor. I will cut taxes, cut utility bills, and welcome these high net worth individuals back and welcome business back to New York. We will be open for business.
All right, let's talk about business a little bit more. Bruce, you say Mamdani's city-run grocery store plan is in violation of a 150-year-old law in the New York Constitution. So is the Constitution going to save this city from socialized groceries? How does that work?
Well, I don't know if the Constitution will, but I sure as hell will when I become governor, because I will not let the city of New York compete with all the small supermarkets and bodegas that we have that are family businesses. They're small businesses located throughout the city of New York. It's absolutely obscene that he would want to compete with these businesses by having a government-owned store. And if we've learned anything from communism, and I think Mamdani is a commie, if we've learned anything, it's that when the government runs stores, there's nothing in those stores that people want to buy regardless of the price.
The element in the New York Constitution that you have referenced is the gift and loan clause, which prohibits municipalities from giving and lending public money or property to private entities. How does this apply to the grocery store plan?
Well, basically, our lawyers feel that this is a violation of the Constitution because it's an unfair competition that is basically competing with the private sector, with government businesses, and they feel that we have a good legal argument. But the best thing to do is not litigate this. The best thing to do is have a new governor that'll stop it, and I will stop it as governor. They will not get their ability to compete with local businesses, family-owned businesses in New York State by running government-owned stores and businesses. That is completely antithetical to the Judeo-Christian work principles and capitalism in America. It's anti-American. I will not let that happen.
Thank you guys for allowing me to eat my lunch. I wanted to make sure that I eat it now because it's 12:30. And, as I am trying to get more fit, that's right. Bam! You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of libtards probably didn't understand half of what he was saying. So let me tell you why it's communism. And some of the people, they don't understand why we are against a socialist people. Now, if you are new to my channel, this is probably going to be the first time that you are going to hear this. But I want you to understand something. A socialist professor, I think his name is Wolf, teaches now that the new socialist Democrats are a 3-in-1, sort of a trinity. They are Marxist, communist, socialist. That is the new socialist ideology. On top of that, they keep saying Nazi because, well, as I put it on my pinned comment, Nazi means National Socialist. Isn't that crazy? That is just crazy. Way too much sense. Too much common sense in the Dennis Herrera Show. Doggone it, I need to stop having so much common sense. Way too much common sense. I got to stop using my critical thinking so that I can understand the libtards. With that being said, what is the one thing that you see being pushed on the left? LGBTQ. You better believe it. LGBTQ. Why LGBTQ? It's godless. They can pretend and fake a religion like Christians, especially Muslims, but they're godless. Their perversion is an abomination to God. Always has been, always will. That's Marxism. The Marxist communists tell a lie over and over and over until you actually believe that lie. See, that's why a lot of libtards can't get beyond hating Trump. See, the first tactic on the Marxist communist, pay attention, the first tactic on the Marxist communist that I've noticed, it's they concentrated their main lie on the biggest threat to their plot. Who is the Democrats' biggest threat? Somebody put it on the chat. Somebody put it on the chat. Let me know. Let me see. I hope that I have some common sense people with me. Who is the biggest threat for the Democratic Party? Besides me, of course. Besides me. Who is the biggest threat to the Democratic Party? No, Karen. Who is the biggest threat to the Democratic Party? Hey, sweetheart. Zinc Roofer, shit, it's like you don't listen, bro. I just told you. I just explained. How many times do you have to come into my show and you still don't fucking get it? I don't understand. The retardation. I cannot cure it. There is no cure for stupid. My 13-year-old agrees. Anyways, the biggest threat to the Democratic Party is President Trump. Because they can't buy him. They can't convince him to be a fraud, to scam. President Trump loves this country so much, they can't corrupt him. And they can't corrupt me either. That's why we sit here every day, telling the truth. It's crazy how I show the facts. I show the video evidence. And they still deny the truth. That's Marxism. That's his ideology. Lie, 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 until you believe your own lie. Communism, well, communists, they hide. They hide behind socialism. See, socialism is a little bit more accepted, especially amongst the weak-minded people. But they can't lie to us. I can tell you that right now. They can't lie to us. And because of that announcement, I think I might have to do another live later this afternoon. That's right. I'll try to cover it. Sorry, I had to check the phone for the boss. I've been on this planet a lot longer than you have. I lived in 6 different states, 3 different countries, and you haven't learned shit. Isn't that a damn shame? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Lie, lie, lie until you believe it's Trump's playbook. You fucking libtards, man. You never learn. You never lear. I almost said learn. You never lear. Your brain is incapable of common sense. Your little brain is so incapable of gathering an ounce of common sense. You don't understand what he said about the grocery stores. He talked about the grocery stores. Dark Hunter says you can't fix stupid, but you can numb it with a 2x4. Hey, we do not condone violence on this channel. Thanks for the super, man. Hey, listen. If the government starts owning grocery stores, I don't know how you missed this. They will put out of competition. They will put out of business every other private company that has a grocery store. Some people, as long as you put whipped cream on top of a pile of shit, they will eat it. The rest of us, we still know it's shit, so we don't eat it. Unbelievable. It is truly unbelievable. Let me get a new charge piece in here. Yeah, monopoly on food. Yeah. No, but you're right. Monopoly on food. Oh, man. Streamlabs, what the fuck, man? It's all right. You were right. You were right. Monopoly on food, that is crazy as fuck. Don't worry, I'll go ahead and translate it for you. You got to become a member, McVick. You got to become a member. Yeah. Listen, a lot of us, have actually learned in our life. Let me tell you something. My oldest brother is 13 years older than me. My oldest brother. Oldest sibling that I have is 16 years older than me. You know who has the common sense in the family? Moi. Oui, oui, monsieur. Moi. When my older brother's business was failing, who had the wisdom to help him? Moi. You know who I am? I am the last one out of 5 in my family. I'm the baby of the family. And I have had more common sense, more wisdom than those who are twice my age. Think about that. Think about that. So when you tell me that you're 80 years old, but you're still a fucking idiot, that doesn't tell me anything. That just tells me that you wasted 80 years. You know what I'm saying? That's all it tells me. It doesn't tell me that you are wise. It just tells me that you haven't learned shit. And it really proves my point that you are a libtard. Oh, man. Unbelievable. Oh, man. Let's see. I can't believe that he actually made that comment. Go ahead. Say it again, Zinc Roofer. Ça c'est pas vrai. Pourquoi? Pourquoi pas? Hein? Pourquoi, monsieur? Pourquoi? Sorry, guys. That means why. Why is not true. Ah, man. Je m'appelle Denou. Oh, man. What else? What else we got in here? Let's see. The economic collapse was set in place 2020. We've been in a recession ever since. Oh, please. The recession started with Obama. I don't know if you guys forget or what. You guys don't learn from history? Come on, man. James Patterson, how are you? One of my big redneck patriots here from Washington State. Man, well, you know what? Let's go ahead and take a listen and see what does Faulkner have to say for us here. Former Biden aide admits growing socialist presence is a huge problem. Hold on. No, il ne le fait pas. He does not work for them. No, he doesn't. Being old, it does not make you smart. Look at Joe Biden. You know, why didn't I think of that first? Being old, it does not make you smart. Just look at Joe Biden. This guy, man, that's a good one, man. Thank you. Thank you, Hunter. Appreciate it. You just reminded me, bro. You know what time it is. You know what I gotta do. I gotta play it. I gotta play it. No
Secret Service team, the Eagle has landed and is making his way down the helicopter stairs. We know his history with stairs, and this could be a disaster. Stand by. Eagle has made it down the stairs. He was a little wobbly at the end, but he made it. Eagle appears to be very disoriented today. We're going to need to do like last time and point out exactly where we need him to go. Secret Service team, prepare to point. Hold that point. Perfect. No way he could miss that. Eagle will be turning in 5, 4, 3, 2. He missed his mark. He missed his mark. Eagle is wandering. Jesus Christ. All units be advised, we are going to need a pretty lady or small child of some sort with nice smelling hair to get the Eagle back on track. And we've lost visual.
That's the Zinc Roofers common sense right there. That's the Zinc Roofers common sense right there. I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to say. Now he's trying to speak some sort of language. I don't know what. Oh man, what? McVick, oh snap! Watch out! Did you just become a member? Did you just become a member? All right, okay. I'm gonna have to make you a moderator because otherwise, Streamlabs is gonna kick your ass every time you say something like ass, or even if you try to abbreviate some bad words. My Vic in the house. I appreciate your love and support. I appreciate it. Man, I cannot believe it. See, I love having patriots with common sense. You know, libtards, they try to sound funny, but they're not. Now listen, there is a clip. I was going to try to get it for you guys to watch it. Have you guys ever seen The Dictator? Have you seen that? The Dictator. I don't know. I'm so used to having caps locks sometimes, but sometimes it messes me up. Have you guys watched The Dictator? Oh, man, that is funny, bro. Ay, ay, ay. The Dictator. The Dictator official trailer.
Good afternoon, everybody. For over 4 decades, the people have lived under the rule of a tyrant who denies them their most basic human rights.
The time has come for him to step aside.
We must keep on with the NATO mission and bring him to justice.
I made that up.
It's the Rock in the building. Yes, Ma, I ain't gotta tell you, but it's your boy Ho from the US.
WTF? What the fuck مجال محمد عملية?
Catch your boy mingling, England, meddling in the Netherlands, checking in daily under aliases.
Ah, America, the birthplace of AIDS.
Amarillo, welcome to New York City. And while you're here, I highly recommend a visit to the Empire State Building before you or one of your cousins takes it down.
1, young, 2, you, 1, 2, 3, Malawa!
Megan, you were worth every penny. I trust everything is in there as your manager requested.
What's this, a ruby? Is that a joke? What am I, a Kardashian?
No, of course not. You're much less hairy.
Oh, see, we don't stop.
On your mark.
Does that sound familiar? Now, if you're not watching this live, you probably won't see that clip, but you can look it up yourself. The Dictator. It is a funny, a little bit corny, you know, some things in there. I don't recommend for kids, obviously, but yeah, you definitely need to watch this movie. There's a part in here. I can't play it because it's copyrighted, just so you know. But I want you to look for the part when he comes to the United States of America. I want you to know this. When he comes to the United States of America, I kid you not, this is literally what libtards are like today. You know what? Let me see if I can play. Let me see if I can find that part. Let me see if I can find the part. Let me see. It's going to be hard to find it, but yeah, there's a part with they're giving birth. I don't want to show that. But there is a part that I think it's so identical to how libtards actually are. Let me see. Maybe they'll play it in this trailer. Not sure, but let me see if they do. Listen to this. It's literally what these libtards act like today. Now, this is from 14 years ago, I think. Watch this. I know this scene is not going to give it, the full sense of it. If you go and revisit, watch this scene. The whole scene about her and him. This is a libtard. I kid you not. It's like they have learned their life. They have learned how to live their life from Hollywood, from movies. That is the history that these people live. Watch this. That's the libtards in a nutshell. I kid you not. These people are incapable. I don't know what it is. I wish they proved me wrong. I do. I really wish they proved me wrong. Man, I got to say, that's the best advertisement for the dictator. If I ever say so myself, even though, obviously we're not advertising, but it's so true. It's, yeah, of course you do. VS loves them. You know what? At least VS is, at least is being honest, Not like the vet for democracy, a loser that doesn't know how to be relevant in this world. I don't know why. I try to give him some love and everything, but, just like every other libtard, they don't understand. But anywho, let's go ahead and see what Faulkner has for us. I recommend it. I mean, adults, not kids. Adults. I recommend you watch The Dictator. It's a little corny, but it will really show you what leftists really do think like and why they are doomed. They are doomed. They are fucking up this country, but they are literally doomed themselves. Rush Babe, how are you? Welcome. You see McVick became a member. That's good to know. All right, let's go ahead and see what they have here in the Faulkner Focus. Faulkner Focus.
The workers deserve more. That's the new radical agenda talking point from the DSA, calling for a complete overhaul of the U.S. government. Well, it's pushing extreme policies such as abolishing the U.S. Senate, amnesty for all immigrants, no matter how they get here, deportations and more, reparations and more. Do away with one, keep the other. And they're suggesting replacing the presidency and the U.S. Supreme Court.
We could call it the head honcho of whatever, it's like we might not have a president, but what we should have is an executive that's actually chosen democratically and is accountable to the representatives of the people.
Here we say very clearly, abolish ICE.
We have a feminism section that is transliberatory and also socialist feminist.
I think it sounds so radical, like abolish the Senate, abolish the Supreme Court, et cetera, but it's not.
Why do we have a Senate? A lot of people are going to see that and they'll be like, wait a second, why do I have a Senate? What's so great about the Senate?
Okay, I feel dumber having watched that. It comes on the heels of far-left insurgents winning key races, many of them backed by the Democrat Socialists of America, DSA. So far, at least 27 candidates nationwide. House Speaker Mike Johnson here.
This is not a game. Everybody needs to understand these crazy little mini Mamdanis who are popping up all around the country, they are a danger to you and your family. This is not a game. If they promise you free stuff, there is far more beneath those promises that even some of these people do not understand themselves.
Power panel now. Luke Ball, Republican strategist. Megan Hayes, former Biden White House director of message planning. So, Luke, a feminism section so that men who identify as women can feel what? More like they are part of women's issues?
Harris, this is not a policy platform that the Democratic Socialists have given us. This is the abolition of America. It's the roadmap to getting rid of the United States as we know it. And I have maintained this position for a while. I feel like the Democrats are about 2 elections away from strapping Karl Marx to a defibrillator, waking him up and running him at the top of the ballot. And the moderates, the centrists, the legacy Democrats have by and large been nowhere to be found. Listen, Harris, to these 2 juxtaposed policy positions and tell me which one's going to win out, because the Democrat Socialists want, as you just listed, extending voting rights to criminals, illegals, abolishing the Senate, eliminating SCOTUS, eliminating the presidency. But Hakeem Jeffries' response to these DSA members winning elections in his party's primary is the path is different, but the work is the same. Which one of those do you think is going to win out? I would submit, lastly, that the Democrat Party's conscience has been seared. They are numb to this, and they've allowed this weed to fester in their garden.
Megan, can you turn it around?
I sure hope so, but I would like to say that Democrat Socialists of America are not Democrats. Democrats believe deeply in capitalism. They believe deeply in the Constitution. They believe deeply in
let me stop you right there, because I've heard you say this before, and I mean, I believe that you believe that. Absolutely. The problem with that is that your party is giving them money and resources to run as Democrats. They don't say anything else on those ballots in the primary. They won't say anything else on the ballots in the midterm elections. They're not going to say we're actually socialists. They say they are Democrat socialists.
Yeah, and that's a huge problem that the party needs to address. And I have, on this program, asked leadership why they are doing that. But I will say these are not districts, or these are not people who are going to win the Senate or the House majority. These are people in blue states getting bluer, which people can argue that's a problem. But actually, that's not what's going to take back the majority for the Democrats. These are moderates that are winning in their communities, that are putting up candidates that are actual moderate Democrats that believe in the democratic values.
So you're not concerned?
I mean, of course, I am always concerned, but I am concerned that we're making a lot out of very few candidates. There have been like 4 or 5 of them that have won in the last
Did you see the scroll? There are 27 names on that.
There's 27 out of 435 members of the House. That is a very small percentage that they have not won into their general elections yet, and may not win in their general elections. This is an anti-incumbency election cycle. The Republicans are facing the same thing. You lost 2 moderate Republicans. Now
the Republicans are not facing the same thing. The Republicans are not facing socialism. That is not what's happening. Although I will add to your point, there are more far left versus establishment Democrat matchups to watch for, because the list is getting longer. Arizona's primary is this Tuesday. Missouri, Michigan, and Florida are early August. 3 races in California will pit incumbents against progressives on midterm election day. Luke.
I would say that I feel too many Democrats are in denial of the party's evolution. They're not mourning the loss of their party. They seem to be looking the other way. And I also have heard the argument that these are not Democrat candidates. But to your point, Harris, they have a D beside their name.
Yes.
They're using Democrat resources. The moderates have accepted them into their big tent party. They have tolerated them. They've been afraid to speak out. Chuck Schumer's been terrified to say anything against AOC because she's going to primary him at some point. Folks have been terrified to say anything against Mamdani because he's the energy of the party. So if we can get past like the 5 stages of grief with the Democrats and start hearing them actually speak out against these members, we can have another conversation. But as it stands right now, there's a D beside their name, and that's why we have to call this out. I'm tired of having to like critique the Democrat Party and try to point members in their own direction to say, let's go against this. Let's join hands and fight the tide here. But it looks like we're the adults in the room that have to do that for the majority of Democrats.
So Megan Hayes is an adult in the room, and I know you know your history. And what this is rooted in is what we already fought against and made a promise we weren't going to go there. People come from socialist nations to this one because it's the best. We fought people who were anti-Semitic because it was hateful and it was wrong. So who's going to stand up to those members of your party who are winning and who have aspirations beyond to just destroy the government?
That's a great question. I would like to think that the people, the moderates that are in Congress and in local offices now are standing up to these folks. And you see it in Michigan. The tides are definitely turning in Michigan. A new poll came out. Haley Stevens is 7 points ahead of Abdul Ayed. So I think that a lot of this is on the ground. The people are turning around, and the voters are going to have to be the ones that stand up. If the leadership isn't going to do anything and defund parties that are allowing these folks to run, then that means the voters are going to have to stand up, and voters are going to have to vote for their democratic values. And that's what I think that's going to happen in the midterms.
All right. Luke Paul, just last quick question. America needs its politics to be good, rich debates. Is that what we get when you get socialists?
Republicans actually get a unique opportunity here to defend their conservative policies, to point out the ridiculousness and the end goal of socialism. So as I hope Democrats recognize the threat that socialism poses to their party, I hope Republicans recognize the opportunity that we have to beat back these horrible policies and make sure that we stand firm on our convictions.
Luke and Megan, great to have you. Thank you. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch.
It seems like Canadian woman in ICE custody. It seems like it doesn't matter what knowledge or explanation we give. Like, listen, you can disagree with me on this, okay? You can disagree with me on this. Listen, I'm going to go ahead and read the whole thing about what socialism is. Okay. Socialism is an economic and political philosophy advocating that the community or state, rather than private individuals, should own and manage resources, property, and the means of production. That is very borderline communism, just so that you know. What I find interesting is that when you hear of socialism, and everybody says, oh, everything is free, tax the rich. What the fuck? That's not really what this country was founded on, is it? This country has socialist programs, but is a capitalist economy. Socialism is not an economy. I know what it says, but that is not an economy. Socialism is theft. And political philosophy is what I would say. I don't believe it's an economy. It is theft of other people's wealth. I can't do socialism. Doesn't work. Never has, never will. It is collective ownership. That means of productions, factories, farms, and major industries are owned publicly, cooperatively, or by the state. When you give power to the state at its fullest, you are doomed. Because that's what makes them communists. Just think. Okay. If you have a group of true socialist people, and you have a group of people and say, hey, you know what? I got $100. I got 102. Oh, I got 102 and I have 102. Why don't we build a company and hire people? And then we'll split we split the money evenly. It doesn't matter how many people we have. Is that right? How's that going to work? Huh? How's that going to work? How long is that going to work before somebody gets greedy? When is everybody going to agree that they don't have to do shit and that's okay? You are an idiot if you believe that you sacrificing all of your time and some lazy ass bum, it's supposed to get a piece of the pie. It's crazy. You are a fucking idiot if you think that's a good thing. Just imagine these libtards putting their neighbors' children before their own. What the hell kind of parents is that? Buying stock, it's how you become part of the owner. But you have to buy it. You have to invest. You have to take a risk. Socialists don't want that. They don't want to take a risk. They don't want to invest. They don't want to sacrifice. They just want to go, give me, give me, give me, give me, give me. That shit does not belong in the United States of America. Programs that are meant to help society thrive are not necessarily just a socialist economy. What the fuck does that come from? Socialists are already destroying Democrat states. For Pete's sakes, you hear all this shit and you see it happening in New York, in Washington, Oregon, California. How much more fucking evidence do you need to see that socialism doesn't work? It is unbelievable. Just don't understand. I just, listen, everybody knows, in order for you to learn how libtards think, you never, ever go full retarded. All the Democrats went full retarded. You know that you don't do that, man. That's not how you learn. That is not how you learn. All the Democrats have gone full retarded. And once you do that, there is no way to come back. There's no way to come back from that. It's not doing shit in other countries. Cool Cat Renee, how are you? I don't think anybody blocked you, brother. I think it's the algorithm. I think maybe Streamlabs blocks when you put a lot of emojis and icons and stuff. But I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead and I'll make you mod. You've been with me for a long time. All right? I'll be, that's okay. I'll just make you a mod. You're a good guy. You're always promoting my channel, always giving me love, and I appreciate that. I appreciate it. You don't go full retard. Come on, guys. You don't go full retard. Come on, Democrats, come back to us. We need more Americans on our side. Listen, there's still hope for you yet. Oh, man. You know, President Trump jumped ship when he saw that libtards were being bought out by communists. He knew it. That's why he left. Tulsi, also a Democrat, left. Robert Jr., also left. A lot of Democrats left the Democratic Party. They jumped ship when they saw that they were becoming nationalist socialist. You know what that means. Nazis. That's what Democrats became. Nazis. The Republicans, they just spewing Trump's rhetoric. They're calling a socialist Democrat. No, bitch, you're calling yourself a socialist Democrat. That makes you a national socialist, and that makes you a Nazi. Damn, the truth shall set you free. That's all I got to say. The truth shall set you free. Man, how do you teach stupid people to learn? You just can't. You just can't. I'll tell you what. I say this over and over and over. We don't know who you are. Stop it. Make a change. We don't know who you are. Stop it. Actually, Dark, I thought you were a member already, but you do drop some chats in here. I think I can trust you to be a mod. That's right. Fucking finally, the zinc roofer is making some sense. That's right. The part that you miss is that these communists hide behind the name socialist. The new Socialist Party is a communist party, is a Marxist party. Democrats identify themselves as that. They say, oh, it's better to be a communist than be Trump. I'm a Marxist Democrat. They're in Congress. Marxist Democrats in Congress. They say it. They call themselves that. I'm a socialist Democrat. The fuck? Mandami. You know what? Fuck it. Let the libtards just bury themselves. We'll get it back. We'll fight back for it. Let the libtards fucking suffer. They need to learn their lesson. I think that every state, we should just build walls in every state. If you're a libtard, you stay where you're at. If you're an American patriot, you're free to go anywhere in the world, anywhere in the country. Everybody else, you get to be a libtard and stay in the blue state where you're at. I can't wait. 2 years, my friends, 2 years. Washingtonians, 2 years of suffering. 2 years. I know it seems like an eternity, but it will pass. It will pass. Man, I'm telling you, man, it's going to be so easy to run for governor. These Democrat losers, these socialist, communist, Marxist Democrats, they're so easy to bury. You know what's funny? Well, that's not funny. What's crazy to me is all these politicians, they're supposed to be so smart, so wise, and yet they're a bunch of fucking pussies that can't call a spade and A's an A's. I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. I know. Florida's not a poor state. Are you retarded? Are you fucking retarded? And if you do know that those red states have blue cities, let that sink in for a moment, sweetheart. Shut the hell up. That's why California is about to drop from one of the largest economies. They're about to drop. And other states are going to go up. Texas is rising. Florida is rising. Alabama is about to get billions of dollars in investments. Hundreds and thousands of employment being created on red states. We're going to be flipping blue states to red states. We're going to make sure that everybody bleeds patriotic American. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has to be an American. If you don't like America, then get the hell out. And don't let the door hit you on the way out. All these libtards are like the fucking girlfriend that you have that you try to have a conversation with her all the time. They don't want to talk. You try to bring the relationship together. They don't want to do anything about it. All of a sudden, you come home and they say, you know what, I'm leaving. They think you're going to fight for them because you're supposed to love them. But the thing is, you don't fight for them. You just say, bitch, get the hell out and don't let the door hit you on the way out. I'm sorry. I'm having some backflashes. I had to say that to one of my exes. I apologize about that. But that's exactly how the libtards are. Man, listen. If you're an American citizen and you love this country, man, God bless you, man. You're doing the right thing. If you're a green card, permanent alien green card holder, and you love America, bro, you're doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? I vouch for you. I vote for you. I love you. I want your kids to be prosperous. I can't wait. I can't wait for you to become a citizen. If you are here as a tourist and you like the United States of America and you love it and you want to become a resident, apply for it. We love to have you. We want people that love this country. Fuck everybody else that doesn't. You know what I'm saying? I want Alberta. I want Alberta to be the 51st state. That's right, I said it. Albertans are hard workers. None of them are socialist bitches. None of them are saying, tax the rich. On the contrary, Albertans are actually providing a lot, if not the majority of the economy in Canada. That's the kind of people I want. Give these motherfuckers California. Take that shit out of here. No, never mind. We're about to flip that red as well. We're just going to flip everything else red over here, and we'll grab Alberta, and icing on the cake with a strawberry or your favorite fruit flavor on top of the cake. I wish that we could make Israel an American territory, if not an American state. And I said this a couple of times before. I wish that they would become part of the United States of America once and for all, and I want to see who fucks with it. I want to see who dares to fuck with Israel after they become part of the United States of America. That's right, I said it. I said it. That way you can stop talking shit about, stop giving money to Israel. Shut the hell up. Nobody in the Middle East is fighting for us except for Israel. Everybody keeps saying Netanyahu is giving all this false intel. Is trying to convince the American presidents to fight for them. Shut up, you fucking ignorant fools. He's been trying to tell us. You can negotiate with terrorists. You can negotiate with terrorists. That's right. Leptar Keon doesn't understand the plan. I can tell you right now, shit, Israel becomes part of the United States of America. Whoo! All the terrorists, communists, libtards, and all the pussies that support terrorism, they will be fucked. And that's a fact. He supports the murder. Shut the fuck up, Keon. What the fuck do you think they do to the children of Christian families? Huh? What do you think they've been doing to Americans? Are you fucking out of your mind? Fucking retard. No, fuck that shit. I have no patience for your stupidity. Fucking dumbass. How the hell do you go on just hearsay? Do you not see the fucking facts? Who is the ones that keep breaking the peace treaties? The ceasefires. Who keeps breaking all that shit? The same fucking people. Yeah, the ones that killed their own kids. Yeah, the same ones that put kids in front of weapons. The same people that kill 45,000 of their own people. The same people that decapitate those who speak against them, like Hamas. I just have no patience for the fucking retards today. I'm sorry. Keon, you're a fucking moron. You're a business owner and you're a fucktard. I can't believe that. This is an uncensored channel. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. I will tell it like it is. So don't act retarded when you come in here. Try to talk with some common sense. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Mikey, how are you? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Yes. Yes, I want the whole, whatever millions of Iranian terrorists, I want all of these motherfuckers gone. What about it? They're terrorists. If you support a terrorist, you should die with them. Damn! It's fair to me. It sounds fair to me. You support terrorists, you fucking die with them. Sounds fair to me. Man, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to tell you, you fucking retards out there, that you think MAGA, American, and Republican is a different thing. You guys are fucking stupid. MAGA is not some sort of cult Nazi like you fucking libtards. You guys are the fucking Nazis. Make America great is the one thing that you should be supporting as an American citizen. You guys are so fucking retarded. I can't believe how stupid you people are. Supporting illegal immigrants before American citizens. Supporting fucking Palestinians and all these terrorist Muslims before Israel. That one fucking country that is fighting against terrorism in the Middle East. Their own Muslim Arabs say deport them. The own Arab Muslims say to get rid of these terrorist Muslims out of the Christian countries. It's not me saying it. The Arabs are saying it. If you don't take it from me, take it from them. You think I'm lying? No. I still have the clip saved up just for these occasions.
From preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I say to people in Europe, if they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I say to people in Europe, if they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I say to people in Europe, if they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I say to people in Europe, if they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I say to people in Europe, if they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I say to people in Europe, if they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I say to people in Europe, if they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I say to people in Europe, if they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I say to people in Europe, if they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them. And I say to people in Europe, if they're not a German citizen or French citizen or British citizen, deport them. That's what we would do. If they're your citizen, then stop them from preaching. We have a policy in Saudi Arabia of zero tolerance for extremists. If somebody is an imam in a mosque and is preaching hate and violence, they get reprimanded, reprogrammed, and then dismissed if it doesn't work. And we've dismissed thousands of them.
What the libtards fail to notice is that this warning was given to the European nations 9 years ago. They didn't listen. You understand? 9 years ago, their own Arab, not that I love this guy, but at least they have some sort of I don't know, compared to libtards, they have decency. 9 years ago, they were warning them. And what did the libtards do? Oh my God, let them in. Oh, the humanity. Israel is so evil. They made Palestinians Israelis. Israel has been given tons and tons of food and water to Palestinians while Hamas fucking kills them. Oh, but Israel is so evil. Israel committed genocide. These fucking retards, man. War. War is not pretty. War is not fair. And do you think that a country is going to allow their people to die because their enemy want to put their children in the headquarters of their evil regime? No. Blame Hamas. They're the pussies. They're the cowards who use children and innocent people as shields. You want to go over here and think that you're so righteous, high and mighty, defending children dying. These motherfuckers are holding AK-47s at the age of 7 years old. Fucking retarded ass people. Why don't you fight against that? Against the child abuse of Hamas and the Islamic terrorists. Why don't you protest that? Why don't you go fight that and say, stop taking the innocent of the children away? You want to be righteous? That's what you protest. That's where you're going. That's where you start. Don't be a fucking hypocrite. Don't be retarded. You would allow this whole world to be destroyed because you're stupid. You have no common sense. Use your common sense. There was this one socialist legacy media reporter goes over there and she says, oh my God, the poor children. I gotta come and cover the story of the poor children. Those children fucking stoned the shit out of her. Those children had guns and shot it at them. Yeah. You want to protest? Go to Gaza. Go protest Hamas. Let's see how much balls you have. Let's see if you have any balls. Go protest over there in the Middle East. Go to Iran and protest the killing of 45,000 Iranians. Go. Go protest. Go protest. Go with your rainbow colors. Go with your pride parade to Iran and tell the Muslim terrorists, the Iranian regime, the Hezbollah, go tell these Muslims that you're gay for them. You are there to protect the innocent children and women. See what they do. I don't sugarcoat shit. There's no sugarcoating. No sugarcoating. No sugarcoating in my channel. Go protest. Go protest the rights of women that they take in these Muslim countries. Go protest. Do it. You want to call in here and you want to come and call us cowards? Well, show us. How courageous are you? How courageous are you? Show me. Prove to me that you're not a coward. Prove to me. Well, that you're right and you believe in what you say. And if you do believe in what you say, you will go to the Middle East and protest. Go for it. Show me. Show me. You know why people protest over here in this country? You know why people talk shit to the cops? You know why people talk shit to the military? Because you're fucking free. That's why. Try that shit over there in the Middle East. Fuck it. Don't go overseas. Just go down to Mexico and talk shit to the police officers. And then see if you come back. Ah, man. Let me tell you something, bro. I'm a mean guy, man. I be disciplining all these pussies. I'll be telling them the truth, even if it hurts them. And I'm going to tell you something, man. I still love them. I still love them. Doesn't matter how much they piss me off. I still love them. Zinc Roofer, you're a piece of shit, but I still love you. They will never understand why I say that. They will never understand why I say that I love them. I love the people, not their stupidity. Let me get some of my gay lip chap ice strawberry flavor. To all my gay friends, that's how I put my lipstick, my lip balm. All the lip tarts getting so excited over here trying to transition already. This guy, I'm not even going to read your name, bro. Hey, listen, we're going to listen to Besant deliver some remarks on the far left political terrorism. Let's see what he says.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And before I proceed, I'm going to go off script for a minute, which is always dangerous, but I'm going to remind everyone in this room and all the media that I was the subject of an assassination attempt February 2024 by an addled left-wing activist 2 hours after being sworn into my job. So any of you who want to report that this is a fiction and does not exist, be there for the sentencing this August. So good morning. Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for convening this ministerial and for the invitation to be here. We are here together because the resurgence of political terrorism, transnational in design, and far left in doctrine is no longer the concern of any one nation. It demands a response that draws upon the distinct and combined strengths of every government represented here today. Every government. Ours begins where every campaign of terror does. Its financial lifeblood. And at President Trump's direction, the United States Treasury is bringing the full weight of our authorities to defend the integrity of the U.S. global financial systems. More than 20 years ago, in the wake of 9/11, Treasury became the first finance ministry in the world to establish an office dedicated to disrupting the funding networks of terrorist organizations. Treasury's Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence, referred to as TFI, was created in recognition of the reality that America's financial system is essential to its national security. TFI's mandate to identify, disrupt, and disable illicit foreign funds that threaten our homeland has become one of the Treasury's defining responsibilities. And today, we are extending that abiding mission to meet an evolving threat. The resurgence of organized political terrorism has long occupied a blind spot. The international community has struggled to identify this danger, much less defeat it. But as the threat of terrorism evolves, the institution tools that defend against it must adapt. We once understood terrorism principally as an external menace that is no longer the world we inhabit. Increasingly, we are confronting sophisticated, organized networks that cross borders to incite violence within them. Meanwhile, old ideological boundaries are now giving way to new operational alliances. The unified front between international Marxism and radical Islamic movements need not share the same ultimate vision to share the same immediate enemy of free and self-governing societies. That convergence should concern every government represented in this room. These terrorists understand an enduring truth. Societies are rarely subverted from afar until they have first been weakened from within. So as it tears at the social fabric that allows our societies to function, left-wing terrorism is the visible manifestation of a much broader and more insidious effort to undermine the philosophies that built Western civilization and sustain all we hold dear. Some of these activities are overt: bombings, assassinations, and organized violence in our streets. Others are quieter: campaigns to suppress speech, intimidate political opposition, and sabotage our national institutions. Of course, whatever form they take, none of these attacks sustain themselves. Violence requires money, channels through which funding can move, and institutions behind which it can hide. Increasingly, legitimate nonprofit and charitable structures are being exploited as a mechanism to conceal the movement of illicit funds to support political terrorism. For Treasury, the application of our authorities to combat these networks represents the natural evolution of our mission. Through our Office of Foreign Assets Control, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, and IRSCI, we have spent decades developing the world's most sophisticated financial counterterrorism capabilities. And now we are mobilizing some of the same tools that we have deployed against terrorists abroad to confront this emerging threat here at home. Like every form of illicit finance, these networks rely on the global financial system. It is our mandate to deny terrorist groups access to those channels. Now, we think of nonprofits and charities as good, altruistic organizations, and most of them are. We think they represent the very best of civil society. Many of them do. But the very qualities that make these institutions worthy of the public's trust can also make them appealing to those who endeavor to exploit them. At President Trump's direction, Treasury is expanding its efforts to identify organizations that abuse charitable and nonprofit structures as vehicles for illicit finance. We are examining where tax-exempt status has been exploited, where charitable entities have become financial conduits for foreign influence activity, and how those entrusted with stewardship of these organizations have instead enabled violence. Where the evidence leads, we will not hesitate to follow. And of course, we will hold these organizations, officers, directors accountable. And just as financial institutions must know their clients, they must know their grantees. That work is well underway. In the fall, the United States designated 4 far-left Antifa extremist groups abroad as foreign terrorist organizations, denying them access to the U.S. financial system and depriving them of resources they need to carry out attacks. Meanwhile, in this administration alone, OFAC has also sanctioned 17 sham charities and nonprofit organizations for funding Hamas's terrorist activities and operations. As Treasury continues to map and disrupt the flow of funding that enables these entities to operate, no terror organization should delude itself into the belief that its financing lies beyond our reach. No facilitator should assume that anonymity confers impunity, and no jurisdiction should expect to enable or harbor these activities without consequence. To be clear, in the fight against domestic terrorism, We must respect the constitutional rights, freedom of speech, association, and assembly of all Americans. As such, it is important to emphasize that Treasury will act based on suspected unlawful conduct by these terror organizations, not because of their beliefs or ideologies. At Treasury, this work is mission critical, but we cannot do it alone. The threat is transnational. Our response must be no less so. Indeed, our cooperation must be as disciplined as the networks we seek to dismantle. The global financial system is one of the great achievements of the modern world, and we never must allow it to become a sanctuary for those who seek to subvert it. So on behalf of the United States Treasury, let there be no uncertainty about the work before us and the resolve with which we will undertake it. We will identify illicit funding, however artfully it is concealed. We will dismantle the networks that sustain political terrorism, however respectable their fronts may be. We will pursue those who enable political violence, however distant their jurisdictions, and we will deepen our collaboration with every nation represented in this room for as long as this work requires. This is our commitment, and we ask that you make yours too. Secretary Rubio, thank you again for convening us here this morning. Let us work together to translate the spirit of this ministerial into a commitment that endures well beyond it. And let us deny our adversaries the one thing on which they count most, that those of us assembled in this room will grow weary in our cooperation before they do. Thank you all for being here today, and the U.S. Treasury looks forward to working with you. Thank you.
They actually have the Honduras flag there. Interesting. I'm going to show this real quick. I like this. A lot of people like to judge me when I have these different flags on here, but, you know, it is one thing to be waving other flags of other countries and hating this nation. Look at that. There's the Israel flag, and there's the Honduras flag right there. That's all I care to see there besides our American flag. They actually had the American flag towards the end of it, just in case you guys wanted to look at that. But anyways, you know what? There is going to be a live coming in from President Trump later today. Let's see, 138. Okay, 138. Yeah. Interesting. What the some people be cracking me up, bro. What the hell are you guys thinking? Ay. Se la llevo. Hey, this guy, bro, you guys never learn. Hey, listen, we'll come back later today. But I don't know what President Trump is going to say. All I know is I thank you guys here for being with me another day. Today, I actually have to get off early because I have to go do some stuff. Got to get some more passport stuff to get done. So thank you so much for being here with me, guys. I appreciate it. To all my patriots, thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. To all the libtards, I hope that you learned something today. Please help me. Help you. Help me not to curse so much in my show. I want common sense to be a real thing again for the left side. I don't know how else to help you. But listen, I'm not going to drown trying to save you from drowning. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to have to knock your ass out so that I can save you. But doggone it, we're going to continue to try to save you. Still, Derek, good to see you, brother. A little late, but we'll see you on the next one. Hey, listen, forgive my language if you don't like it. I don't care, but forgive it so that you can be free. Thank you so much for being here with me. I'll see you in the next one later today. God bless you, your family, and God bless the USA. American patriots, remember, if you don't love this country, if you don't fight for this country, nobody else is going to do it. So you better start getting to it. Get her done.